So, welcome once again. Welcome to this 13th Forum of NGOs in official partnership with UNESCO under the theme Mobilizing NGOs for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the Ocean Decade. We are grateful for this opportunity to have this forum online in a hybrid format, because the last 3 years have brought a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. And the transition for the previous in-person event and then to our first fully online forum on global citizenship, which was held in December 21, and now this from Canada, from Ottawa, from this beautiful place. It continues the idea and the work of this committee to make these processes as equal and inclusive as possible. For those, I don't know where is the camera, maybe it's there. For those joining us online, please look in the chat for instructions about the interpretations, and please do use the chat for comments and use the Q&A functions, because throughout the event we will be eager to read your comments and to give you the floor. And let me take already this opportunity to thank our interpreters, Mrs. Cécile Hirsch and Mrs. Karine Blanc-Delma, for their precious cooperations. Mobilizing NGOs around these 2 decades, it's on one end very important, but it's also symbolic because of the deep interconnections between the 2 decades. It also fits perfectly in the strategy of this committee of anchoring in a more efficient way our work to UNESCO major actions. Indigenous languages and oceans are 2 essential elements that define how we describe our world and how we live on this planet. And caring about that will define the way we will live in the future. The international community of NGOs does already a remarkable job in these fields, as NGOs are part of the communities, and therefore their role is essential in elaborating targeted actions. Today, we are honored, as I said, to be at the Canadian Museum of Nature, this really wonderful building, which sits on the land of Indigenous Algonquin people. This morning, we will be joined by Mrs. Claudette Commander, an elder of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people from the Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe First Nation, who will formally welcome us to this historic land. Le forum commence aujourd'hui, mais sa préparation a déjà été une formidable expérience d'apprentissage. Et je voudrais partager avec vous quelque chose de un peu plus personnel. Je viens de Sicile et j'ai découvert récemment que le sicilien est considéré comme une langue minoritaire vulnérable par l'UNESCO dans son atlas des langues, atlas mondial des langues. La Sicile est une île italienne dans la Méditerranée et j'aimerais vous citer un couplet d'une vieille chanson populaire sicilienne, une chanson de pêcheurs. Hai visto la marmora sciorire e la nivi a mari hai vitte quagliare e tu paghi a mari e mi va a funnu au vitte lo chiummu natari. J'ai vu fleurir le marbre, la neige se cristallisait sur la mer, je jette de l'herbe dans l'eau et elle coule, et quelqu'un jette du plomb et il flotte. Sans rentrer, bien évidemment, dans une interprétation, une traduction académique, ces quelques vers du pays d'où je viens nous disent que tout est possible si nous le voulons tous. Et c'est précisément notre responsabilité en tant qu'acteurs de la société civile d'aider à créer les conditions pour un monde meilleur, plus inclusif et plus durable pour les générations à venir. I look forward to an interesting, informative, and inspiring 2 days. And I now have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Julien Pelot, Director of the Division of Partnership in the Bureau of Strategic Planning at UNESCO, who will join us on video. Mr. Pelot joined UNESCO this year and is attending this forum for the first time in his new position and is most welcome. Thank you.
I would like to welcome you to the 13th International Forum of NGOs, and I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you today. I'm particularly sorry because I'm sure that this forum is going to be an interesting exchange, full of ideas, full of engagement, and I look forward to hearing about all of it afterwards. It's the first forum that we're holding outside of Paris since 2018. And I would like to thank all of you for making this possible. And in particular, I would like to thank the NGO-UNESCO Liaison Committee and all the organizations involved in supporting the organization of this forum. In particular, the Associated Country Women of the World, the U Foundation, the Universala Esperanto Asocio. And I would also like to thank our host, Canada, and the Canadian Commission for UNESCO for welcoming us, you, today. The objective of this forum, as you know, is to mobilize civil society for the 2 decades that UNESCO is currently leading, the Ocean Decade and the Decade for Indigenous Languages. These two initiatives, yes, they're led by UNESCO, but we cannot do it alone. We need you, we need it to be an effort of the whole of society. We want these decades to be dynamic, to be visible, to mobilize all parts of society to achieve their objectives. This can only happen with a multi-stakeholder effort where the leadership role that civil society and NGOs have played on these topics is fully recognized and leveraged. Chers partenaires, quel que soit votre champ d'action ou d'expertise ou votre compétence, chacun d'entre vous peut contribuer à ces efforts mondiaux. Par votre plaidoyer, par vos connaissances, par votre expertise, par vos réseaux, par vos partenariats, par votre assistance à la mise en œuvre de programmes, par votre engagement. Je me réjouis d'entendre les conclusions de cette conférence et de faire le suivi et de soutenir le suivi depuis l'UNESCO, depuis la division des partenariats. Je vous souhaite de très bonnes discussions et avant de terminer, je souhaite aussi remercier David Grosso, le président du comité de liaison, pour son action, pour l'engagement des ONG dans le travail de l'UNESCO sur ces dernières années. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
Thank you, Julien, for your words of welcome and for joining us today. I would like now to hand over to Mr. David Shimke, the Director of the Secretariat at the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, who have been our crucial delivery partners in this forum. As someone who has devoted his career to arts and culture, he is committed to UNESCO mandates and aspiration. He and his team are actively promoting UNESCO priorities and decades in partnership with NGOs and universities across Canada. He was born and raised in the Niagara Peninsula in southern Ontario and was educated at Brock University and Simon Fraser University. As our working group on strengthening partnership with UNESCO National Commissions has spent the last few months preparing a series of recommendations for the NGO community at large, it is for me a particular pleasure to be presenting this event today in partnership with the National Commission and with someone with this long and proud history of supporting civil society space at UNESCO. Mr. Shimpe, please.
Thank you very much, David. Good morning, bonjour, kwe. Distinguished colleagues and guests, members of the NGO Liaison Committee, colleagues from UNESCO, NGO leaders, welcome to Ottawa on behalf of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. I apologize for the unseasonably early arrival of winter. But I would say that it is a pleasure to meet on this land. In Canada, we've been going through an extensive and profound effort of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And as part of that, it leads us to really reflect on the land that we dwell on. And here in Ottawa, we're on the banks of the Ottawa River, which has been a traditional route for trade and for gathering of many peoples. And so I just want to acknowledge this. This is the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Thank you, David, for sharing that song this morning. And I think that it's beautiful to hear a language being spoke, even if we don't understand the words, but through the music and the rhythm of language, we get a sense of the worlds that exist within languages. And Indigenous language are so special because they're also so tied to this land and also in so much danger due to colonialism and forced assimilation and all these factors. And I think while we're here in this meeting, you'll have the chance to hear, I hope you'll have the chance to hear many Indigenous languages being spoken, sometimes with some explanations or interpretations, sometimes not. And this is something that we're increasingly privileged to hear because hearing these languages really is a privilege and each language is a treasure. And when I say Kwe at the beginning, you'll hear that a lot. That's a traditional greeting of this territory as well. In my work with the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, I often return, and this is really true, to the preamble of the UNESCO Constitution, which was adopted in 1945, shortly after the end of the Second World War. And I often think about, the people who were gathering and the devastation that they had witnessed and their strong resolve to see a different world come out of the ashes of that war. The preamble says that a peace based exclusively upon the political and economic arrangements of governments would not be a peace that could secure the unanimous, lasting, and sincere support of the peoples of the world. And peace must therefore be founded, if it's not to fail, upon the intellectual and moral solidarity of humankind. In other words, the pursuit of peace can't just be left to governments or to trade arrangements or to companies. It has to be rooted in connections among peoples. And that's why we have national commissions for UNESCO. We work to foster linkages between civil society within and among our countries. And of course, this is also why we have NGOs associated with UNESCO. You are essential partners because you're working on the ground for meaningful change. You're building that moral and intellectual solidarity of humankind. I'd like to congratulate you on your theme on mobilizing NGOs for these two important international decades, the decade of ocean science for sustainable development and the decade of Indigenous languages. Another decade that has been really important for our commission has been the International Decade for People of African Descent. And this actually comes to an end next year. One thing that we've learned through our work with that decade is really understanding that they're not meant to be celebratory. So often we have days or weeks that are meant to be celebratory, but these are really calls to action on some of the world's most important and pressing issues. Oceans are in an ongoing crisis situation. Indigenous languages are regularly disappearing. Both of these issues have been neglected for far too long. And to make any improvements, there needs to be sustained efforts. We can't keep thinking in terms of short bursts of efforts. Governments are very good at this. They make an announcement, make a budget, and there's a couple years of a sustained effort, but then the government changes, and then there's other priorities that are moved on. But organizations like the United Nations remind us that we need to allocate the time necessary to take comprehensive action. And we need governments and national governments and civil society organizations to join with them. And decades can make a, pardon me, and decades can make a real difference. You'll likely hear reference over the next 2 days to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But did you know that this famous declaration was proclaimed after 3 consecutive United Nations decades for Indigenous peoples? We need sustained effort. So I'm very glad you will be discussing these decades while you are in Ottawa. You have a great group of speakers lined up and panelists lined up, and I wish you a very productive time together. And my hope is that this conference helps build up that moral and intellectual solidarity that we need to make lasting change in our world. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you, David, for your very warm welcome and the collaboration of all of your team as we've prepared for this event. It has been a long and short journey. The generation of this forum came from a conversation with David here in a very snowy March this year, sat in a tea room because we couldn't walk outside because of the blizzard. So it's wonderful to finally be here and working with you and your colleagues. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. James Bridge, the Secretary General of the UK National Commission for UNESCO. James worked on the EU trade and partnership agreements with the majority leader on trade at the European Parliament, including human rights clauses in the Policy Coordination Unit for the Secretary General of the European Commission and the UK Financial Services Authority. National, local and regional policy outreach and campaigns for age concern with its European Federation, and the 300,000 member Royal College of Nursing in the UK, where he wrote its first policy position paper. It's being put to the test as we speak back in the UK. He ran the Brussels office of the Law Societies, Save the Children International, MHA Associates, and the startup internet company iWave Limited. So I'm now very delighted to hand the floor to Mr. James Bridge.
Is it working? Great. Thanks so much, Nick, and Kwe, bonjour, hello. It's a real honor and privilege to be here with you. And I think David put things so well about the community of which the NGOs are part, this rock on which the UNESCO family around the world is built. It's only as strong as the organizations with which it's working in a global network. I think what's special about it as well is that it has that multilateral structure from the local to the global. And that's really important for us all to have in our hearts about the actually endless work. It never stops. We all have to just keep going and keep going to make this work. But it really can work because of that unique connection on the ground through the regional, national, international, and the multilateral. I think as well within those frameworks, there are of course the Sustainable Development Goals to which your work is connected, speaking of frameworks. And also I think the United Nations Common Agenda, which the Secretary General has set out, and again is part of that world family of nations to which we can make a difference. But again, it's only really the grassroots and the endless work that actually creates change in partnership with the member states. Also, I wanted to thank as well both the Liaison Committee and the Canadian National Commission for UNESCO, David and Nick, and Rhoda, the Secretary General, and of course my colleague Barbara from the Canadian National Commission, who I recently saw speaking at UNESCO headquarters with the Secretary General of the New Zealand National Commission for UNESCO around oceans and Indigenous languages. So important to raise the profile, again, in partnership with the NGOs who are making that difference as well. So I think being here again is that link to the family of the commissions and the NGOs, and how we're able to work together differently. And sometimes those conversations can be quite challenging, but my experience is that then you get ideas, new ways of working, new opportunities. We're definitely in a time of change. There are currently 17 acknowledged conflicts in the world at the moment. So it's for us to do nothing that this will continue, but with our hard work, there are ways to create change bit by bit, step by step. And, you know, that phrase that it's for good people to do nothing, for evil to prevail. And we're here doing our utmost and connected back to society, back to our communities. So with that, a great thank you. It's a privilege to be here. It's an honor to be here, and wishing the very best for the days ahead and the conclusions and actions that will come from it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you for joining us this morning. Seen the stunning surroundings of the Canadian Museum of Nature on your way into the room this morning, and I would like to extend our thanks and appreciation to all the staff of the museum who have worked hard with us to put this morning's and this week's event together, and in particular Miss Audrey Lepine and Miss Nathalie Boulet from the museum. Who is the head of marketing and external relations at the museum, but sadly she has been taken sick this morning, like so many of our colleagues here in this, as David said, unseasonably cold or wintry Ottawa morning. So we wish her very soon. I would then like to reiterate what David said and acknowledge that we at the Canadian Museum of Nature reside on the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people who have stewarded this land for thousands of years. In our next session, we will be welcoming a representative of the community for a formal ceremony, but due to her time constraints this morning, she wasn't able to be at the very opening. The next session online speakers join. Sorry, apparently my jacket was interfering with my belt pack. I do apologise. Our next session is due to start at 11 a.m. Eastern time for those watching online. And because we have online speakers joining us, I'm afraid we can't just advance. We were expecting some of our opening speakers, obviously one not here, and some of our others to perhaps speak for longer. So can I suggest that we adjourn for 20 minutes? Meet each other, spend some time talking, start that networking process, and we will be back at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, very sharp. Thank you very much. We'll be catering in the formal break, but please do speak to each other in the interim. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies, we'll be starting now, so if I could ask you to retake your seats, that would be wonderful. Sorry. Thank you.
No, I can't.
Ladies and gentlemen, having tea, sorry, if we could ask you to rejoin your seats, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this first formal session of the 13th International Forum of NGOs in official partnership with UNESCO. My name is Nick Newland, and I have the honor of co-chairing this forum with my colleague, Dr. Teresa Kennedy. As we've worked over the past months to prepare from initial discussions with the team at the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, with our community of NGOs, our speakers, and our colleagues at UNESCO, it has been a real pleasure heading to this stage. And it's great that we now have 3 speakers who will outline the overall goals and concepts behind the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, the Ocean Decade. I'm now very pleased to hand over to Teresa Kennedy, who will introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Kwe, bonjour, hello. It's with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO and the Executive Director for Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission. He's an oceanographer, climatologist, and marine engineer, and is the holder of a senior doctorate in physical and mathematical sciences in oceanography and geophysics from the Supreme Attestation Committee of the Russian Federation in Moscow. Dr. Ryabinin has authored and/or co-authored roughly 100 articles and publications, including a monograph, mostly in the domains of oceanography, meteorology, and climate. He was a lecturer at Moscow State University and has participated in several research and offshore engineering projects, including the International Polar Year in 2007 and 2008. He was the lead author of the Global Environment Outlook, GEO5, in 2012, and an expert member and/or co-chair in a number of environmental and international working groups, committees, and research councils. We are pleased to share his video with you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me greet you on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, or simply IOC of UNESCO, at the start of the 13th International Forum for Non-Governmental Organizations, those organizations that are working with UNESCO. So this forum will be very much focused on the 2 decades that are starting now. The first is really starting, the decade of indigenous languages, and the second is in full swing, the United Nations Ocean Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And I'm going to speak more about that decade. So we don't see the decade of the ocean science without the role of NGOs. You are the bedrock of what we are trying to achieve. Because also of your professionalism, because of your engagement, and also the role of the civil society in this process. We really need to speak not only about science policy interface, but about science policy society interface. So the co-design is the fundamental idea of the decade, and we are moving forward with the decade towards transforming the science. And the vision of the decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. So indeed, NGOs are already leading many decade actions. The NGOs are now, I think, most of the decade actions, and NGOs also bring to us the spirit and also the professionalism for the decade. So the notion of co-design that I already mentioned is really fundamental. And it is very important that governments, the ocean communities, society move forward and start creating conditions for managing the ocean on the basis of science, on the basis of knowledge. This is not yet happening because our previous science was mostly focused on the issues that are of interest for publication, for discovery, which is very important, but is not sufficient in the current world in which the ocean is suffering from multiple stresses. So in that sense, I think NGOs indeed drive the thinking of the ocean decade. And because of that, I wish you success. I wish you also to really contribute to the understanding, much better understanding of how we can work together with indigenous local knowledge. You know, this is not just words, but I have to say that I have worked in the Russian North. I have worked in many environments in which we found consensus and found mutually enriching possibilities for moving forward on highly technical issues, but also with highly ethical approach. Because of that, we are really thinking how we can really merge, not just acquire, not just to kind of have a blessing from the indigenous or local knowledge as sources, but really to move forward in the harmonious way in which people will be and the ocean will be benefiting from the highest level of science, highest level of technology, and yet also in a very ethical way and harmonious way on the basis of indigenous local knowledge. We always have a lot to learn from the people who can live in harmony with Mother Nature. And the creation of harmonious relations between people and the ocean is one of the challenges in the decade. And this challenge is also related to one of the outcomes of having people engaged and inspired by the ocean. So with that, I would like to really wish you great success for the 13th forum, and have to say that I hope very much that this forum will be also moving forward, not only the ocean issues, but also issues related to the ethics in the environment, harmonious relations between countries, and ocean is actually providing fantastic platform for making the world better, making the world more sustainable, and of course also contributing to peace. With that, my great respect to the NGOs participating in this forum, and my greatest wishes for a very successful event. All the best, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Ryabinin, for sending this video for us today. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Marielza Oliveira, the Director of Partnerships and Operational Program Monitoring in the Communication and Information sector at UNESCO, who will join us in just a moment live. Between 2015 and 2020, she was the Director of UNESCO Beijing, covering the 5 East Asian countries, and previously was the Global Results Manager for the UN Development Programme, where she also held positions as Country Manager for a portfolio of Latin American countries. Previous positions to that include a Systems Engineer at the US Army Construction Engineering Research Lab and the USA Corps of Engineers, where she was responsible for AI systems development, work as a Senior Consultant at Fundação Dom Cabral, and Director of the Executive Education at IBMEC Business School. Dr. Oliveira holds a Master's of Science in Finance and a PhD in Business Administration from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA. And I'm now very pleased to hand over to Dr. Oliveira, who's joining us via Zoom. You have the floor.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot start my video. I'm stopped from opening it. So let me just start by saying, hello, everyone, dear participants and colleagues. It's really a great pleasure for me to be with you today at this very important event. Oh, there we go. The video started, so thanks. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this 13th International Forum of Non-Governmental Organizations in official partnership with UNESCO and introduce the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. UNESCO really relies on a broad and diverse set of collaborative partnerships in all parts of the world to pursue its mission and implement its programs. So let me just start by thanking all participants for your contributions and your attendance at this important forum, which helps us to position the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And let me say that this year marks the beginning of the International Decade, which will run from 2022 to 2032, and reminds us of the importance of convening collective efforts to maximize the positive impact and social change with respect to multilingualism and linguistic diversity. And because of its nature and the scope of work envisioned during the International Decade is really beyond the capacity of any single nation, country, stakeholder group, or policy framework. So this is why this forum is such an important moment, because it's a crucial step towards global action and at the same time links it to local action everywhere. So we'll see along the different sessions and interventions at this event that this forum will give us the chance to continue fostering synergy, sharing best practices, encouraging cross-disciplinary actions to tackle the global challenges in the context of the upcoming years of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, but also draw further and more sustainable global attention to the challenges faced by Indigenous languages. So for us, and it's important to combine expertise and resources so that we can strengthen visibility and impact of the decade action and presence, globally, regional, and at country level, reinforce implementation and monitoring of the normative frameworks, and enhance capacity to reach all of societies. There is an increased awareness of the importance of multilingualism and linguistic diversity and the relevant activities that have been implemented in this regard, since there are more than 7,000 languages currently in use around the world, and many of those, the vast majority actually, in danger of falling out of use. Language communities, and particularly indigenous peoples, face a series of challenges. With the COVID-19 pandemic, or the lack of access to proper resources on the internet in indigenous languages, they have been disproportionately affected, and indigenous peoples' livelihoods and ways of life have been suffering because of that. It resulted in exclusion, including the lack of employment opportunities and participation in societal and political processes. UNESCO is, of course, committed to lead global efforts in the framework of this decade in cooperation with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, DESA, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and a wide range of partners, obviously the NGOs, to promote, revitalize, and protect indigenous languages so that everyone can exercise their right to use their language of choice. UNESCO promotes the fundamental right to use a language of one's choice in all domains of life without fear of discrimination and as a prerequisite for inclusiveness and equality. It is a key condition for the creation of open and participatory societies, and therefore, languages should really be addressed within a full spectrum of human rights. We have developed different normative instruments to eliminate barriers to linguistic diversity online and reflect diversity in terms of language, education, and culture in cyberspace. One example that I would like to highlight is the 2003 recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace, which is a milestone in UNESCO's work towards the promotion of linguistic diversity and universal access to multilingual information and knowledge in cyberspace. This 2003 recommendation is a really unique normative instrument within the UN system because it's the only one which stresses the importance of working together to eliminate barriers to linguistic diversity online, to improving devices, to creating multilingual and open content, and building IT capacities. Other international normative instruments, such as the conventions, treaties, or recommendations, including the promotion of cultural diversity, intangible cultural heritage, and others, also play a very important role to enforce language policies at the national level. But it's important to develop comprehensive language policies. Those policies should be supported with concrete measures, resources allocated for their implementation, and effective language tools should be designed by public and private sector, made available and used by all stakeholders concerned. We will continue encouraging the international cooperation and strengthening fruitful and enriching partnerships so that we can stimulate research, innovation, new policies at the local, national, regional, and global levels, so that we can all together support indigenous languages, including in the domain of language technology and digital empowerment. So we really look forward to continue working in close cooperation with all of you to make this decade truly a transformative decade of action for indigenous languages. So let's all work together to make the meaningful change we wish to happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Oliveira, for your informative presentation. Our next speaker, Dr. Margaret Leinen, was appointed the 11th Director of Scripps Institution for Oceanography at UC San Diego in the United States in 2013. She also serves as UC San Diego's Vice Chancellor for Marine Sciences and Dean of the School of Marine Sciences. She is an award-winning oceanographer and distinguished national and international leader in ocean science, global climate, and environmental issues. Her research in paleoceanography and paleoclimatology focus on ocean sediments and their relationship to global biogeochemical cycles and the history of Earth's ocean and climate. Dr. Leinen currently serves as co-chair of the advisory board for the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and is a member of the Distinguished Leadership Council of the Joint Ocean Commission Initiative. We would like to share a short video where she describes one of her hopes for the decades of ocean science for sustainable development.
One of my hopes for the decade by 2030 is that we will routinely be making long-term basin-wide measurements of the biology of the oceans to see how the various parts of the ocean interact and how the biology changes with climate and with human impacts on the ocean. We have to know more. We have to understand this great piece of the globe that affects us.
Thank you, Dr. Leinen, for your contribution today. We will now head to a very short break, which obviously will feel very premature as we were a little early on the opening ceremony. We will just cut this to a 5-minute break. So if you're in the room, please do feel free to grab another coffee. If you are online, do the same. So we will start in 5 minutes with our next session. So please do stick with us. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. That's good? Okay.
Good.
That's good.
Okay.
Welcome to Session 2, UNESCO as Global Coordinator for the Decades. The next speakers will provide information about each of the decades, the Decade of Indigenous Languages and the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And they will also describe the intersections between the decades. I'm pleased now to hand over to Nick, who will introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Teresa. I now have the great pleasure to introduce our first in-person speaker, Dr. Irmgard Kazinskaya-Buderberg, who is advisor for a Communication and Information, Universal Access to Information section at UNESCO. Before joining UNESCO in 2002, she worked as a senior program specialist in the Department of Information and Informatics at the Ministry of Public Administration Reforms and Local Authorities in Lithuania. She obtained her doctor's degree in Communication and Information from Vilnius University, a master's degree in Information Management from Vilnius, and a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Vilnius Academy of Arts in Lithuania. As a visiting researcher, she conducted her research at Lund University, Helsinki University, and the Helsinki Technology University. Since joining UNESCO, she has held a broad range of positions relating the organization's thematic programs, including on work on the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Media and Information Literacy, Languages, HIV and AIDS, and before taking up her current role on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. I think what has struck me as we've prepared for this event is not just Irmgarda's huge and broad and deep range of connections and colleagues across the world focusing on languages, but also the trust and connection that she has with people in those communities. And I think one of the reasons that comes across and is so important that we're going to see as she introduces is that in each of her roles, she's come in at a ground level and helped spearhead that process. So coming in at the start of this decade is not a new experience. And I think that the wealth of background that she brings to that role is probably why, as we look forward to the official launch in 2 weeks in Paris, that there is already such a strong community of action being built around the decade for Indigenous languages. So I'm now delighted to hand you the floor.
Thank you very much. If you permit me, I would like to stand and see you here, all present. And of course, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. It's really, is it a good sound? And thank you very much for giving us opportunity as well to be here present. We really would like to say what NGOs is really an important, I would say, a powerful structure at UNESCO, which contributes to our work. And without your involvement, it would be not easy to implement activities what UNESCO wants to implement. And let me start immediately what we speak about here, why we are today here. First of all, as you already have heard from the previous speakers, we want kind of to marry 2 decades together. And this is where the whole discussion started some months ago, what would be the building block between 2 decades. But before we go to that later today, let me just introduce what it is about Indigenous Languages Decade, where we come from. And one important thing is that we are not starting something from scratch. We've already been working for many years, and I really thank the National Commission of Canada and many other here present online as well, who were involved in International Year of Indigenous Languages. And that was the first, I would say, outcome of International Year in 2019, where we understood clearly from different discussions around the world that 1 year it is not sufficient to rebuild, to revitalize indigenous languages, and more systematic, coherent approach is needed. And this is why in 2019, at the end of December, the General Assembly of United Nations proclaimed the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So that's official title, International Decade of Indigenous Languages, for those who will be using this title in future. So in order to bring all partners together and to know what we want to achieve during the 10 years period, we initiated discussions in 2020 and 21, which was a preparatory process, 2 years preparation, and I must tell you what, it went really very quickly. And as you remember, we were in the middle of, or at the beginning or end of COVID crisis. So most of the work took place bringing communities online, working together for the preparation of a global action plan. So today we do have an action plan which actually presents the key principles, what we want to achieve. We as well present the theory of change, what kind of social change we want to see at the end of 2032. And the action plan as well brings us clearly the major steps, what needs to be taken into account in order to make a change at the end of the decade. Already Dr. Oliveira was speaking today earlier. She emphasized what we address indigenous languages as a part of the human rights-based approach. We believe that it is not enough to achieve something if we only speak about certain aspects, but we have to tackle the most essential aspects. So that every single human being, all of us here present, we have the right to express a language of our choice. And that is a fundamental issue, it's a fundamental freedom of every human being. And this is why the whole work is actually built on human rights. And you will see it through the presentation, how we articulate, in, I would say, in very clear and constructive manner, how the human rights-based approach could be introduced dealing with language issues. The Global Action Plan, from the consultations what we had, and here it's probably just to let you know why it is important, this document for us, because we wanted to make sure that all stakeholders who were involved or will be involved in International Decade, they buy in this document. It is not a convention, it's not a recommendation, it's an action plan, but it gives us a clear position paper for all of us to see what we want to achieve together and individually. And we involved around 100 countries, thousands of different participants, whether it would be governmental representatives, civil society organizations, academia, and many other organizations which work on language issues. But most importantly, we wanted to make sure that we consult indigenous peoples and their organizations in every single social cultural region. So we organize online regional consultations, and one of them was taking place as well in this region, North America and the Arctic, where we had not only discussions, but we as well were running online surveys to identify what are the priorities, thematic priorities, how to address indigenous languages. And I must tell you, it took us 1 year to generate a first draft, pulling all data together, all contributions which were coming to put in a kind of, I would say, a consistent, systematic way of what we are trying to achieve. And at the end of the process, we identified 4 expected outcomes. I know that maybe not everybody is familiar with results-based management, what UN is promoting, but in other words, expected outcomes are the results, what we want to achieve, or the goals at the end of the decade. And it was very clear what learn, teach, and transmit indigenous languages to the next generation was one of the most important goals, which was identified through different consultations what we had. We clearly as well identified what there is a need to convince policy and decision makers what languages in general should be taken as a priority, a global priority. Many languages are falling out of use, or there are many communities which switching to more dominant languages, or those which are more practically useful for them, and therefore there is a need to raise awareness especially of policy and decision makers. But among many global challenges what we have today in the world, be it climate change, being ongoing conflicts and many other ones, language deserves to be as well on global agenda. So this is one of the second objectives that we have, what we would aim to make languages and indigenous languages in particular a global priority and ensure that there is a commitment beyond the international decade. We look already what will happen after 10 years. And it was very clear that legal recognition in legal system and legislation is something which has to be taken seriously. At every national level, we see there are different provisions in constitutions and national documents, and very often, if there is no provision, what the legal status of language in one another country is, it is difficult to expect that language will be systematically once again introduced in different domains. So this is why we want to make sure that we have a greater legal recognition of languages by the end of the decade. And fourth one, which is very broad, and you will see it very shortly what this means with functional usage, we want to make sure that languages are used in public domain. So it's not only a few areas, but we, as UNESCO or international organization is known, but as well to make sure that we use as much as possible indigenous languages in public sphere. And here exactly what I mean, so there are 10 thematic outputs, which actually are related very much to the functional usage. And you can see it here, but we start from inclusive education and lifelong learning. We move to the eradication of hunger and indigenous food systems, clearly linked to indigenous languages, working with other UN agencies together. Digital empowerment, freedom of expression, access to information, and technology. During the COVID, as it was, the action plan was developed during the COVID period, we saw clearly what if preventive information, health preventive information is not provided in local languages, minority languages, indigenous languages, if local communities don't know what are the preventive measures to be taken, it's very difficult to expect that we would be healthy, that we would be able to take preventive measures. So this is why one of the thematic outputs are related to better health, provision, and social cohesion aspects. Access to justice and availability of public resources, living heritage, access to all forms of culture, biodiversity, climate change issues. This is number 7. Economic growth and decent job opportunities. That's very particular output. Because we want to make sure that we are not just speaking about languages being used, and I use term use, not only spoken, but as well signed, because we want to address as well of users who use sign language. What language is useful, is practical, and it leads to economic empowerment, what people can find with jobs, what people can create content, services, and they could contribute in a meaningful way. This is why language has to be functionally used in economy. And this is one of the objectives what we have here, to create economic growth, to help local communities to develop local economic systems, infrastructures, partnerships between public or private sector partnership or multi-stakeholder partnerships, but to make sure that languages are more and more used for economic empowerment. Gender equality and women's empowerment. I would say this goes clearly what every single mother has a responsibility to convey her language to her child, to her children. And this is why we want to address as well a number of systematic challenges what women in society face, especially indigenous women, and to support them in intergenerational transmission of their languages to the children. Public and private partnership, this is number 10. So what we invite to do everyone, whether you are at public service from governmental organization, whether you are working for NGOs today, we invite you to localize global action plan. What does it mean? Read first, study, and take what is most appropriate for you, what you can do, localize, create your own plan based on a global action plan. We think globally, but we act locally. And this is what is important, that we would bring down from a global level to the national level, to institutional and local level. So this is why we encourage our member states to come with national action plans, but we as well invite institutions, the same as here present, to introduce own plans. So this is what you can see. UNESCO introduced already through our strategy, what we call it work plans, regional action plans at regional level. There are regional institutions which can pick up, but as well we have national and institutional plans. What is the governance structure? What we have introduced, we created a global task force, which is a governance structure, which is helping us as an advisory body to implement the action plan. It was already involved in its design, but today we have a structure which is composed from member states, indigenous people organizations, UN indigenous mechanisms, and it is appointed for 3 years period, so you can see it. But we are as well inviting observers to participate in our meetings, and if there is a need for a special, let's say, task, we could create ad hoc groups. I can give you example that in 2019, we had a steering committee, a smaller group, and at that time we established an ad hoc group which was working on digital empowerment aspects, and it led us to the organization of International Conference for Language Technologies. So that's one of the examples. It could be very specific thematic area what we want to address, and we would like to involve experts, communities, whatever it would be objective, and it would have, let's say, a short period of action with very concrete deliverables. So you will have this presentation shared with you, so you will see who are those who are today present and work with us in Global Task Force, but once again, we invite observers to contribute to our work. The action plan is supported through global communication strategy. So it is a complementary document which helps us to raise awareness about the importance of indigenous languages, to communicate to our partners what is going on. And even today, for instance, my colleagues in Paris, we are trying really to raise awareness among other institutions what UNESCO affiliated NGOs are organizing this forum. So your work will be as well known internationally. We have resource mobilization strategy. We know that if we don't have financial resources, institutional resources, we can't do much. So we really invite everyone who has any means to contribute financially to the implementation of the action plan. Do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we would be engaging in bilateral discussions. What you can do today. First of all, I just took this slide on Saturday. So this is changing every single day. So on Saturday, we had 53 activities recorded. We had in 1 year, it's only mapped 424 events related to indigenous languages in 1 year. It's not over yet. And I can tell you there are many more events which were not recorded. And we have a community of practice, and you're most welcome, all of you, to join. Create your profiles, and we will increase this number higher. We have today over 3,000 members of the community. It's a big power behind. These are networks which are communicating, sharing information, and so on. So I would say there is no way that UNESCO's NGOs would not be on that community. Let's make it clear. And we as well invite everyone to share resources. We don't have to design new resources. Maybe there are some resources which are available, so you may as well have a look. There are over 500 resources already uploaded. These could be videos, audio files, toolkits, strategic documents, maybe teachers' notes, whatever subject it would be, but these are the resource library which was created. So here it is information how to become a member of the global community of practice. So you first register, and then you receive login information. And we invite in a collaborative manner every member to register. If you have an event, you can upload information about this. You will be appearing on global calendar of events. If you have an activity, which would be activity like a long-term project, we as well invite you to register, but we would know what is going on, what we would be able to learn from each other. We have a number of resources which could be used for global communication strategy, so you can pick up on our Trello account. There are number of images which could be used. There are branding guidelines, how to use ideal logo, but not only, there are some guidelines as well. It is a brand. We want to brand International Decade. So we invite as well partners to be consistent with branding guidelines. And for each event, in each activity, we ask you as well to register and clearly ask if you want to have ideal logo, because we are monitoring as an organization responsible for International Decade for organization. We want as well to know where the brand is used, what is the quality of events, where we are taking place, in order to show our partners and donors in future how this brand is evolving and where it stands. And obviously partnerships and new documents are uploaded there. So this is, you can see it clear. What there are some regions, these are not individual activities or these are clustered. So the more you can see it, basically it's concentrated in Europe, and we hope that some regions will improve. Once again, it's not statistically very representative because, like as I told you just before, not all events are registered. So if you want to make Canada, for instance, to be more visible, please enter your events. Please share with everybody who know what is going on. And here it is the table, what you will find as well in action plan, how we will be tracking progress made. So working together with a number of colleagues on the monitoring and evaluation framework. We want to introduce the indicators, performance indicators, what is a baseline in order to see how much we are advancing, how far away we are from progress made from beginning of the decade going to the next years. And here you can see there are key phases indicated from transition, which was 2 first years before decade was launched. Now what we call it, it's a scale up. So scale up, we try to boost up, we want to invite everyone to do something. Don't expect that UNESCO will do everything. We'll do our work, you can be sure, but we want to scale up together with all of you. So this is why it is important that you as an NGOs would show in whatever area you work, that you contribute to International Decade, and as well Oceans Decade. And we will have a review in 2027, so we will see where we stand. If there is a need to revise our action plan or to make certain adjustments, they will be made. And then we believe that the next will be strategic positioning. There will be new discussions coming up at especially at international level. What will happen after 2030? As you know, we are implementing Sustainable Development Goals, and we believe that that could be a good moment strategically to position both indigenous issues together with languages. So we have to demonstrate by that time that we are able to deliver something, but language is important for development, for peace building, for reconciliation processes in our societies, and we need solid statistics. So this is why all these small registration mapping exercises are important. For instance, when I saw that we have over 400 events registered only first year, it's an important achievement, even if not every single event was, let's say, organized by UNESCO. And it's not exactly what we want to make. We want to know what is going on, but there are as well ongoing work in different parts of the world, and there is steps taken to make sure that we are achieving certain changes. And integration, where we believe what 31, 32, and 33 will be something where we'll make sure that this remains sustainable, but it is integrated in new processes, whether we enter into agenda, we don't know exactly how it will be called, this global agenda, or maybe something else, but we want to make sure that there is again another step of sustainability for after the end of the decade. So those who were in Paris on 13th of December, you're most welcome to join us. If not, webcasting will be provided, so you join us wherever you are online. There will be a number of important sessions taking place. This event is called High-Level Launch Event. What do we mean by that? We want to invite policy and decision makers, whether we would be at the governmental level, indigenous communities level, public or private sector organizations, to come to share their views, their vision, what needs to be done, but as well to make sure that these are the speakers who are able to go back and make changes, to introduce whether radical or incremental changes in the organizations, in the governments, towards the integration, promotion of indigenous languages. So this is what this event is about on 13th of December. So this is in French, and Lisa, follow us on social media. It became like a news channel. We are running every single day. And you as well, most welcome to share information about your activities following those channels. So thank you very much. And the floor is back to the moderator.
For a very informative presentation. And I also want to personally thank you for all of your assistance with the preparation, your collaborations, and information for this forum. If you'll please stay up here in case we have some questions afterwards, that would be wonderful. We now welcome Dr. Rebecca Martoni, Executive Director of the Ocean Decade Collaborative Center for the Northeast Pacific Region, the Tula Foundation, who joins us virtually. Based near Victoria, British Columbia, Dr. Martoni has spent 20 years working as an applied marine ecologist addressing a variety of issues in coastal ecosystems across the west coast of North America, including marine spatial planning, small-scale fisheries sustainability, cumulative impacts to coastal ecosystems, and monitoring estuarine, intertidal, and kelp forest ecosystems. As the former Assistant Science Director at the Center for Ocean Solutions at Stanford University in California, she brings a great deal of experience linking science with decision-making and co-developing science for solutions. Until recently, she worked with the province of British Columbia to help implement the Marine Plan Partnership in collaboration with 17 coastal First Nations in northern British Columbia. Rebecca is passionate about working with a diverse community of scientists, community members, industry representatives, and coastal and ocean practitioners to solve the major challenges facing our oceans and help protect our coasts and oceans while supporting people's livelihoods and cultural connections. Dr. Martoni, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Merci, Heichka. Can you all hear me? Yes, excellent. Well, thank you. Like I said, and I appreciate that very kind opening. I am joining you from my home on the Quetzin traditional territory and the territory of the Hokuminam speaking peoples of the Northeast Pacific, also known as the Cowichan Valley on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada. I also want to acknowledge on behalf of my team at the Collaborative Center that from the coast to the deep water and across boundaries and borders, we acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of all the Indigenous peoples that have called the Northeast Pacific region home since time immemorial. So today I'm here to introduce and provide an update on our Ocean Decade Collaborative Center for the Northeast Pacific Ocean. We are one of a few decade collaborative centers that are first to be endorsed by the UN International Oceanographic Commission under UNESCO in support of the Ocean Decade. And we were just recently endorsed in June of 2022. I was hoping to go after Allison this morning, as I'm not going to give you an overview of the Ocean Decade, but hopefully I can give you a perspective of our role in the decade this morning. As a regional collaborative center, our aim is to make the Ocean Decade a success in our region by supporting and facilitating collaborative, co-designed, and co-produced knowledge for solutions to the challenges in the Northeast Pacific region. Our region includes the coastal and open oceans and the deep ocean off of the United States and Canadian West coasts, from Alaska to California and everything in between, with extensions to Baja California, Mexico, and Hawaii. Our regional center aims to tackle all of the challenges and outcomes that are identified in the Ocean Decade Implementation Plan, everything from climate change to food security to the blue economy. So quite an undertaking. The way the UN operates is through a decentralized decade coordination unit that Allison, I believe, will speak to you more about after my presentation. It's part of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. and the Decade Coordination Unit coordinates the UN Decade for the UN at a global scale. They're supported by the Decade Advisory Board that has representation from around the world, including Margaret Leinen, who we heard from this morning. The Decade Coordination Unit then works with other decentralized coordination structures, including Decade Coordination offices in the member states, such as the Fisheries and Oceans Canada and here in Canada, and I believe we'll hear from Lisa Paramaki this morning, as well as in the United States, the NOAA Interagency Working Group and the National Decade Committee there. So those are the groups that we work very closely with. And through our other Decade Collaborative Centers, which are typically run by NGOs like ourselves, and can be either regional in scope like ours or thematic in scope. So we are a contribution to the Ocean Decade, and our contribution is supported by the Tula Foundation. The Tula Foundation is led by Eric Peterson and Christina Monk, who are the president and co-directors of the institution. The Tula Foundation hosts the Hakai Institute, which is a small research institute. It's actually growing here on the coast of British Columbia, as well as the Quadra Center for Coastal Dialogue. We at the Collaborative Center for the Northeast Pacific are a small team of scientists and boundary spanners. We have a breadth of experience in collaborative interdisciplinary research, co-designing science to inform solutions, convening and facilitating stakeholders to address complex problems, and ocean education and communication. We are small but mighty. We work closely with staff across the Tula Foundation, including our administrative staff, the Hakai Media team, which is a wonderful group of communicators that have excellent work in ocean video and infographics, etc. And the Hakai magazine, and then the scientific staff from those two other divisions. In particular, we've supported the Hakai Institute scientists to get involved in the Ocean Decade, developing decade actions for endorsement. In addition, we've recently developed an advisory committee with 15 representatives from across a variety of academic institutions, NGOs, Crown, state, provincial, and Indigenous government agencies, early career and senior professionals, all of whom have an interdisciplinary set of perspectives and a rich set of experiences, bridging knowledge and decision-making, and working directly with communities in our region. And this diverse set of ocean people are helping to advise us on our priorities, our strategic plan, and our implementation of our work in the Ocean Decade. So what do we actually do? As a collaborative center, we support and coordinate decade actions in our region and then catalyze new actions. We work to support stakeholder and rights holders' engagement and facilitate knowledge co-production toward innovative evidence-based solutions that serve the needs of communities. And I want to emphasize that, and also that weave in multiple ways of knowing. A big priority for us is fostering Indigenous-led conservation and management, and to really pull together knowledge that supports Indigenous community priorities. We work to enhance capacity exchange, and I want to emphasize exchange. It's not a one-way street. We're working together to figure out how to build communities across the Ocean Decade and to help improve access to and the impacts of ocean science and knowledge. We also amplify decade actions and decade knowledge to build awareness of the Ocean Decade, but also just the issues in our region. And we're working to mobilize resources, both in kind and financial, to support decade actions and communities in our region. So the bulk of our work centers on engagement and building relationships and doing outreach. So we're developing and strengthening relationships with scientists, Indigenous knowledge holders and rights holders, as well as other stakeholders in the Northeast Pacific region. We're developing mechanisms to support stakeholder participation within our own work, but also in supporting decade actions. So the work on the ground, trying to actually get people to work with stakeholders in the region. Sometimes that looks like participating in and co-leading workshops and dialogues. Recently, we worked on an effort to co-design, talking about co-designing applied ocean models to support communities in the Northeast Pacific. And we hosted a number of Indigenous communities to talk about their work in that dialogue. We also provide support for convening and connecting scientists and industry, community members and decision makers in those dialogues, and provide support for and development of webinars and symposia and events at conferences, such as Impact 5 conference, which is a conference focused on marine protected areas that's global and is being hosted in Vancouver this year. We also support endorsed programs and projects in our region, as I mentioned that. And to do this, we amplify their work and their outcomes through our extensive network and our communication channels. We identify opportunities for collaboration and help to engage knowledge holders and rights holders, scientists, community members, industry members, etc. We work to bring together similar projects and topics to identify knowledge gaps and collaboration opportunities. And then we work to guide groups through the endorsement process of the Ocean Decade, advise on project planning, and coordinate and facilitate those dialogues, as I mentioned before. So as I mentioned, our work is really centered on co-production and co-design of knowledge to meet the needs of communities in our region. And I should say that, for example, in British Columbia alone, there are 204 Indigenous communities and over 30 Indigenous languages in this region. And again, our region is beyond British Columbia, so quite a number of Indigenous communities to be working with. And we aim to build relationships, to work to identify Indigenous communities' priorities, to elevate Indigenous voices, and acknowledge the importance of decolonization and the harms that have been done in the past in this area and that continue today. So we really want to work to support the UN's efforts through UNDRIP, and also the work that they're doing on an Indigenous and local knowledge framework of the Ocean Decade. As part of that, we're really trying to support endorsed projects in our region to get them to be actually Indigenous-led. And these are 4 that I've listed here that are working with Indigenous communities or are led by Indigenous communities, such as the Advancing Indigenous Partnerships in Ocean Science for Sustainability, the Marine Plan Partnership for the Northeast Pacific, which I'll speak about briefly, Community Engaged Ocean Science in Canada, that's led by the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, and as well as a number of others. I also want to emphasize that there are many academic institutions and global programs and government initiatives that are looking to engage Indigenous communities in our region. And there are more than 50 projects, which is very exciting, but this can also be overwhelming and really emphasizes the importance of coordination. So I'm excited that this conversation is happening today as we think about how to weave different aspects that are important to Indigenous communities together. So as I mentioned, one of the projects endorsed under the UN Ocean Decade is the Marine Plan Partnership for the Northeast Pacific. It's a collaboration between 17 First Nations in Haida Gwaii, the north and central coasts of British Columbia, and North Vancouver Island that are implementing a regional and 4 sub-regional marine plans in First Nations territories. And they are meant to help support Indigenous-led stewardship in the region. And I think I wanted to just bring this example up because it highlights one way that the Indigenous Language Decade can be woven together with the Ocean Decade and vice versa. So that recently, the Marine Plan Partnership developed a regional kelp monitoring project, which has been described through a really excellent story map, which I've linked to here. So hopefully when I share my slides after this, you can find it. And I really recommend it. It's an excellent project. It's bringing together First Nations guardians that are out on the water collecting data, the province of British Columbia, as well as a number of external collaborators and scientists to monitor kelp to inform Indigenous-led stewardship, including monitoring kelp, which I guess maybe not all of you are aware of what kelp is, but it's a structural habitat in coastal marine ecosystems. It's very important for many species. And it's also directly harvested by First Nations communities, but also by commercial interests. So this project is collecting data to inform that stewardship. But also the project highlights Indigenous names for kelp and how kelp has been used by First Nations since time immemorial. So a really exciting opportunity to hear directly from Indigenous people about the resources in their territory and how it's important to their culture. Another example of an Indigenous-led initiative is the Northeast Pacific Deep Sea Diversity Expedition, which is an endorsed decade activity, and it's connected to one of the global programs called Challenger 150, which is focused on deep sea biodiversity science for management. This work was led by the Council of the Haida Nation, the Nuu-Chah-Nulth Tribal Council, Ocean Networks Canada, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. It was a 3-week expedition whose focus was to discover, explore, and monitor deep sea ecosystems within several existing and soon to be proposed marine protected areas. And they also worked to share the joy of discovery of the incredible life and wonders that are hidden far below the waves. These ecosystems include seamounts, hydrothermal vents, and cold seeps that are globally rare biodiversity hotspots. And the science co-created by these partners will contribute to a better understanding of these remarkable and fragile ecosystems. This project also included mapping and naming uncharted areas, including some of those seamounts, and they were named using Indigenous language, led by the Nuu-Chah-Nulth peoples and the Haida Nation. So again, another example of ways that these decades are not separate, but rather really deeply connected. Last but not least, I just want to emphasize that one of our important roles as an NGO in this region is to mobilize resources to support projects for communities in the Ocean Decade. This includes developing mechanisms and opportunities for our own work to be mobilized, but also for other foundations and governments to mobilize resources for decade action. So we're part of the Foundations Dialogue and a funders collaborative that is bringing together multiple foundations to support decade activities, Ocean Decade activities. We're also tracking and communicating available funding opportunities for regional partners to support decade actions. So there's often government grants that can be available for Indigenous communities, for example, that we're trying to help track and get communicated out to the region. So that's all for me. I want to say thank you, merci Heichka, again for your opportunity to speak to all of you today. And please don't hesitate to connect with me directly to discuss ways that we can work together. I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
For joining us live today and sharing these exciting initiatives and actions underway. Amazing work that's being done. We hope that you'll remain online. We do have questions coming in, and so at the end of the session, we'd like to entertain questions. So at this point, we'll move on to our next speaker, Ms. Alison Clausen, who joined UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission as a program specialist in 2019 with over 20 years of professional experience in program and project development and management in the areas of marine conservation, marine policy, and climate change adaptation. She is the Deputy Director of Future Earth's Paris Global Hub, with significant experience in climate change adaptation planning, development and implementation of natural resource-based climate change mitigation strategies, and marine and terrestrial natural resource management. Alison has a particular interest in the links between human livelihoods and environmental sustainability. She has strong skills in partnership development and resource mobilization to support sustainable research and development work. She has over 15 years experience living and working in Southeast Asia and Africa, and has previously worked with various funding agencies, including the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, as well as many international NGOs. Ms. Clausen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I wish I was with you all there in person, but unfortunately it wasn't possible this time around. So I wanted to spend a bit of time giving you an overview of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which I know you've been hearing about. Fantastic presentation from Rebecca, and a hard presentation to follow, but I will definitely try and give you some of the sort of the context and the framework for where the Ocean Decade came from, as well as some of the perspectives. So as Teresa mentioned, the Ocean Decade is being coordinated by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, which is who I work for currently, and I'm the Deputy Director of the implementation of the Ocean Decade. So The first question we often get asked is why an ocean decade? Why, with everything else going on in the world, would the United Nations want to dedicate time to the ocean? And I think the answer is probably quite simple. Humanity depends on the ocean. You know, it's as clear as that in terms of oxygen production, in terms of the role of the ocean in combating against climate change and the effect that the ocean has on weather, maritime transport, all the goods and services that get transported around the world's oceans, coastal protection, of course, again linked to climate change, food security. There are estimations that are up to 3 billion people that rely on some form of ocean-based food for part of their food security, as well as just the economic contribution of the ocean to the world economy. In fact, if the ocean economy was measured in the same way that national GDP was measured, the ocean would be the 7th largest economy in the world. So the ocean is central to everything that is happening in the world. It underpins livelihoods at the very local scale up to the global economic scale. But of course, as we all know, the ocean is under threat. Climate change, destruction of habitats and ecosystems, pollution, not only plastic, there are many other types of pollution as well, many other hidden ones, overfishing, and new and emerging threats, including exploitation of resources and so on. And one thing about these threats that the ocean is under is that they're no longer that linear, they're no longer that predictable. They're interacting in ways that we still don't fully understand. And there is a potential and certainly growing evidence of negative feedback loops, including via the ocean climate nexus, which means that we're reaching certain tipping points for ocean marine ecosystems, as well as some of the more physical and natural parameters of the ocean. So I think the necessity to have a decade focusing on the ocean is very clear. But why then did we need the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development? Why does this particular decade and why does this particular focus look at linking ocean science to sustainable development? And it comes down again to the fact that we simply do not know enough about the ocean. We've established that the ocean is central to human health, to human livelihoods, to human well-being, to the global economy, and thus to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. It's also essential to other global and regional policy frameworks, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the BBNJ process, for those of you who know it, which is the agreement which is currently being negotiated for biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, disaster risk management frameworks, but all of these global and regional policy frameworks, which are so dependent on the ocean, have one thing in common. We simply do not have enough ocean science. We do not have enough ocean knowledge. We do not have enough ocean capacity and skills to be able to implement these frameworks in an effective way. And so in 2016, 2017, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO developed this concept of having a full decade to really try and identify where are the critical science and knowledge gaps around the ocean that are needed to fulfill some of these global and regional policy frameworks. How can we mobilize actors around the world to fill some of these science and knowledge gaps, and how can we make sure that the science and knowledge that is being generated really gets to the places that it needs to go to really be able to have this effective change in terms of sustainable development. And so from this initial idea in 2016, 2017, the IOC, UNESCO and others embarked on a 3-year process of developing the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And it culminated in the release of an implementation plan, which I imagine, or I hope many of you have seen, which is really the guiding document for the Ocean Decade and really tries to set out. The best way to describe it is a framework for the next 10 years or for the next 8 years now of how can we identify the ocean science and knowledge that we need, how can we generate that, and how can we use it. And the Ocean Decade is very focused around these 3 pieces of the value chain. It's not just about generating ocean science for the sake of ocean science. It's about generating the most relevant ocean science and knowledge that we need to solve the most pressing problems within the world today and contribute to the Sustainable Development Agenda and other global and regional policy frameworks. So the Ocean Decade was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2017 and officially started on the 1st of January 2021. So we're just coming to the end of the second year of implementation of the decade. The framework and at the heart of the implementation plan for the Ocean Decade is this graphic that you can see here on the left-hand side of the screen, which is our Decade Action Framework, which is a very simplified, if you like, theory of change for how we are going to achieve the vision statement of the Ocean Decade, which is the science we need for the ocean we want, and achieve the mission, which is about transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development that connect people in our ocean. So this action framework is based on the idea that partners around the world will co-design and co-deliver a diverse range of decade actions. So these are some of the things that Rebecca was talking about in her presentation. They can range from major global programs that are going to last over 10 years to much smaller, discrete, local or subnational projects, but they all have, several things in common in that they are co-designed by diverse range of partners, so both the scientists and the users of the knowledge. And they are structured in a way that they really contribute to that value chain that I was talking about. So from the identification to the generation to the use of the knowledge. They're also structured around these 10 Ocean Decade challenges, which are the most pressing and immediate needs for the Ocean Decade. And these Ocean Decade challenges are very important to keep in mind because a lot of what we talk about in the Ocean Decade and the activities and the projects and programs that are happening are really being focused and structured around these Ocean Decade challenges. And you can see these challenges on the right-hand side. They're basically broken into 3 different groups. So the first of these challenges are around knowledge and solutions in marine pollution, in ecosystems, in sustainable blue food, sustainable ocean economy, and sustainable ocean climate nexus, which are some of the biggest, science and knowledge gaps for the ocean that are needed to be filled to achieve sustainable development. But the Ocean Decade goes further than that. It also thinks about the infrastructure that is needed. And this is the next set of challenges. So infrastructure around community resilience, and that can be nature-based solutions. It can be grey solutions for resilience. It can be early warning systems for multi-hazards. It's also the infrastructure around ocean observations. If we are not observing the ocean, we cannot do the science that we need to achieve sustainable development. And it's also about the digital ocean and ensuring that there is accessible, open access to the ocean data and to the ocean information that is needed by actors around the world to be able to take the decisions that they need. The third set of challenges then are really more foundational, and they're about capacity development. They're about ensuring that no one is left behind in the Ocean Decade, that there is equitable, inclusive access to skills, to technology and capacity. It's also about the 10th foundation, or the 10th challenge is really about ensuring that we have an inspiring and engaging ocean where the multiple cultural values and cultural contexts of the ocean are recognized, are valued, that alternative knowledge sources are valued, and that we are actively and deliberately working to incite behavior change at the individual level and at the institutional level, so that we change humanity's relationship with the ocean. So we have these decade actions, the decade programs, the projects, activities that are solicited on a regular basis and that have to contribute to one or more of these Ocean Decade challenges. So far, we have launched, since the beginning of the decade, we have launched 4 calls for decade actions, and you can see some of the numbers on the right-hand side there of the number of projects and programs that we've already solicited. We have hundreds of partners around the world working on very diverse programs and projects, very strong thematic and geographical diversity, although we still have gaps in leadership from least developed countries, from small island developing states. And this is a very strong focus now of what the Ocean Decade is trying to do, to make sure that local communities, that local actors in least developed countries or small island developing states are not just beneficiaries of the Ocean Decade, but that they are leaders of the Ocean Decade. We're also working very closely with a very strong program we have within the Ocean Decade of early career ocean professionals to ensure that the next generation of ocean scientists, of ocean government officials, of ocean philanthropists are involved in the decade, and again, are not passive beneficiaries, but are active leaders within the Ocean Decade. This slide shows some of the thematic areas where we have programs and projects that are already happening within the decade, and you can see it's very diverse. So a lot is happening around the observations, the prediction, the modeling, multiple ocean stresses. We have a number of programs and projects working on the deep sea and the mesopelagic zones, coastal resilience, fisheries and sustainable blue food, and of course around cultural values, ocean literacy, including working with Indigenous and local knowledge holders and groups to ensure that there is increased relationships and development of ways to involve Indigenous and local communities within the Ocean Decade. We also have a number of regional programs in the Pacific SIDS, the Mediterranean, and we have another few coming online soon. And then we have a number of cross-cutting programs that are more focused on the capacity development, on the skills, on the data, on making sure again that some of these foundational pieces of the decade are in place. The fourth call for Decade Actions is actually currently still open until the end of January, and this one is focusing on coastal resilience as well as some of the aspects around ocean data. And so this is something that over time we continue to put out these calls for Decade Actions every 6 months, so we can continue to build this portfolio of global programs and projects. But in addition to the programs and projects, the decade is also a framework for societal actors to come together, to collaborate, to cooperate, to find new ways of working together, again, across this value chain, from the identification of the science and the knowledge needs to the use of those science and knowledge needs. So on the left-hand side, you can see many of the groups that are already very strongly engaged. And then on the right-hand side, you can see some of the mechanisms that we have put in place to bring those different groups together, whether it be through national decade committees, whether it be through a series of regional task forces. We have several working groups, the Foundations Dialogue. Rebecca just made reference to some of the work that's happening with philanthropy, and I'll come back to that because it's a very important part of what we're doing, as well as the structures such as the Decade Collaborative Centre that Jula Foundation is hosting at the moment, which is some of these regional and thematic coordination structures. So through the decade, we've tried to make ways and structures and mechanisms so this diverse groups of societal actors can find a place and contribute to the overall vision and mission of the Ocean Decade. The Ocean Decade, through the different actions, through the collaborative ways of working together, through the stakeholder ecosystem, aims to provide a strong framework for diverse groups, again, to come together and work across this science policy society interface. So again, making sure that we are developing science that is relevant, developing knowledge that is relevant, and ensuring that it moves across that science policy society interface and really has the desired outcome at the end of the day, whether that be at the local level, the national level, or the global level, to contribute to sustainable development. And here on the left-hand side, you can see some of the attributes of the Ocean Decade that help us work across this science policy society interface by providing this neutral connecting framework for diverse actors, for really helping to push the principles of co-creation, co-design, uptake of ocean science, ensuring that there are mechanisms in place, again, whether that is through the national decade committees, through the decade collaborative centers, through some of the regional task forces, to translate what can be a fairly high-level global ambition to very locally specific priorities and actions, ensuring that we have a very broad and inclusive definition of ocean science so that it moves past the traditional oceanography to include the social science, the political science, the alternative knowledge systems, Indigenous and local knowledge, and of course, ensuring that everything that we do is very solutions focused and action oriented. I'd like to talk a little bit now about Indigenous and local knowledge and the way that it sits within the Ocean Decade framework. And I would caveat by saying that this is still a work in progress. It is very much something that we are engaging with stakeholders who have great expertise expertise and deep knowledge of this issue. It's something that we will continue to work with in coming months and coming years. And it's certainly, I think, a call to this group of NGOs here today to work with us to help us define the best way that the Ocean Decade can really work with and embrace Indigenous and local knowledge as part of the work that it is doing every day. In setting up the Ocean Decade, we were very sensitive and really tried to ensure that some of the foundations of the Ocean Decade took into account the need to have Indigenous and local knowledge as an integral part of what we're doing. So the implementation plan in its definition of ocean science, for example, really calls out the fact that local and Indigenous knowledge is part of what the Ocean Decade is all about. Alternative knowledge systems are recognized, respected, and embraced throughout the Decade Action Framework. The capacity development strategy for the decade specifically also identifies capacity exchange with holders of Indigenous and local knowledge. So recognizing that we have a strong need for a two-way exchange of capacity throughout the Ocean Decade, and that we move away from past ideas of capacity development being a teacher and a beneficiary. We have specific objectives around and sub-objectives around Indigenous and local knowledge, including development of mechanisms to support and recognize Indigenous and local knowledge as a fundamental source of knowledge. And very important, any decade action that comes to us and comes to the Decade Advisory Board for endorsement needs to demonstrate how they have considered and how they have engaged with, if relevant, holders of Indigenous and local knowledge, not only in the design of their decade action, but also in the implementation. So it's something that we're constantly calling out our partners to really be thinking about and really demonstrating how they are working with Indigenous and local knowledge holders. We are developing and putting in place a support framework throughout the decade, and certainly working with the Indigenous Languages Decade and other decades and initiatives happening within UNESCO and elsewhere to try and build up an Indigenous and local knowledge network of networks focusing on ocean issues. And this is something that is already live, I would say. I will be very transparent in saying it's also something that we do struggle to find the necessary resources to make it as functional and operational as we would like, but we're very committed to making that happen. So we have this very public group, which is a very open space network of networks for those working on the ocean science, in the ocean science area, who are also interested in working with Indigenous and local knowledge holders and communities and groups to come together and collaborate and share resources and exchange. And then we have something which is more specific for our endorsed decade actions to really try and help them build their networks, their skills to really take on board the issues and some of the challenges around Indigenous and local knowledge, because this has been a huge ask from the proponents of the Ocean Decade Actions, who typically and often are, the more oceanographers, ocean scientists coming out of the school of physical and natural scientists, who are very cognizant of the need to engage with Indigenous and local knowledge holders, but don't always have the resources. So this is something that we're actively developing, but again, really looking for partners and resources to help make this happen. Just moving on to some of the more operational aspects of the Ocean Decade and coming to how you can potentially also engage in the Ocean Decade, just to talk a little bit about the structure about how the Ocean Decade is coordinated. As I mentioned, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO is the Decade Coordination, or houses the Decade Coordination Unit for the Ocean Decade. And then we have the Decade Coordination Officers, the Collaborative Centers, and Decade Implementing Partners to help us implement different aspects of this. We have a Decade Advisory Board, which is the main strategic body that helps really, I guess, provide strategic advice and oversight for the decade. And what I wanted to highlight here is, obviously, we've had the benefit of Rebecca's presentation on the work in the Northeast Pacific region from the Decade Collaborative Center there, but we also have other regional centers and other thematic centers that are doing similar work, including in the Indian Ocean and soon in Pacific Small Island Developing States. And we're really trying to bring these different around regional and thematic hubs together and really touch on where there are cross-cutting themes, such as themes related to Indigenous and local knowledge, that these groups could also work together and help us in the Decade Coordination Unit, again, have that sort of that closer and more locally relevant and specific contact around these issues. We have 30 national decade committees, and these are a great way for NGOs to get engaged in the decade at the national level. These are voluntary multi-stakeholder platforms that help set national priorities and provide national coordination. We also have 7 regional task forces, which really, again, try and take the global mandate and transfer that to a regional level. And I can certainly provide more information and links on where you can find out. But these are some of the ways that NGOs can get very strongly in a very practical way involved in the Ocean Decade. We have, as I mentioned, a number of informal working groups looking at monitoring and evaluation, technology and innovation, communications, data, private sector. We have an expert roster, which has individuals registered on it, which help us really think about some of the proposals that are coming to us for decade actions, as well as help us scope calls for decade actions. What we don't have yet, and which we would love to have, is an NGO working group, similar to the private sector task force that we have, where we could bring together at least at the beginning, a core group of NGOs to really help us think through what strategic engagement with the NGO community at different levels, either locally, regionally, or internationally, could look like through the Ocean Decade. I wanted to say something quickly about resource mobilization, because this is often a question that we get asked by potential partners of the Ocean Decade. The Decade is not a funding mechanism as such, but we have a very strong mandate to help partners of the Ocean Decade access new sources of funding. We have a matchmaking role, and we work very closely with philanthropic foundations, with governments, with industry, with multilateral and regional development banks as well, to try and align priorities. And we certainly see this matchmaking role as one of our key benefits that we can bring to partners throughout the Ocean Decade. It's certainly something that we're going to continue working on over the next 12 to 24 months with a renewed effort to really try and create this revolution in ocean science funding and ocean knowledge resource availability, so that we can ensure that the ambitions of the Ocean Decade can be met. To finish off then, I did want to have one final slide on NGO engagement in the Ocean Decade. I think there are some amazing examples, and you're going to hear these over the next couple of days as well, of existing engagement by NGOs in the Ocean Decade. We have some fantastic partners who are already working to lead or partner in decade actions, who, as we just heard, are leading or hosting some of these decentralized coordination structures. And we also have individual experts from NGOs represented in the various working groups and structures, including those that I just ran through. I think there are other important roles for NGOs, and this is where perhaps an NGO working group could help us think through some of the strategies to develop these. There's certainly an advocacy role with subnational and national governments on the importance of ocean science and ocean knowledge, really raising the bar, raising awareness, trying to get this higher up the national agenda in terms of capacity development, in terms of making sure that, again, science and knowledge is taken up, ensuring support to an increased engagement of SIDS and LDC partners, and nurturing early career scientists and professionals. Again, NGOs have a lot of this capacity and this mandate to be working at the field level, where we as the Decade Coordination Unit don't necessarily have that same reach, but where we'd be extremely enthusiastic to work with you to see how we can support some of that work and really ensure that, again, some of this global ambition is happening at that level. I think the benefits of engagement for NGOs are hopefully something that would make it worth your while to engage in the Ocean Decade. I think, first of all, being part of a UN-led collective global initiative where we have this collective action around these 10 big major priorities. That's part of the, I think, part of the overall benefit of the Ocean Decade is really being able to contribute in a cumulative way to achieving these Ocean Decade challenges and being part of a bigger piece, a coordinated piece. Having access to some of this international, regional, and national dialogue, whether that be through the regional task forces, through the national decade committees and so on, hopefully creating new networks with diverse partners. And so perhaps we have a strong focus on ensuring that decade actions really have this diversity of actors, whether it be industry, whether it be philanthropy, whether it be scientists and governments who are all coming together in co-design. And we're hearing from our decade action proponents that they are finding new partners that they would not have had access to before. Access to new financing opportunities, as I mentioned, through that matchmaking role that the Decade Coordination Unit can play. And then visibility and recognition. We have a strong commitment to ensuring that partners who are engaged in the Ocean Decade really are able to use it as a platform to raise awareness, to raise the visibility of the work that they're doing. So again, another call out, if you're interested in getting in touch and helping us form a working group of NGOs for the decade, we would love to hear from you. I think there's certainly many ways we could work together, and a great strategic ambition from the part of the Decade Coordination Unit to engage NGOs more fully in the Ocean Decade. If you would like to find out more, certainly the website is a great place to start. There's also a global stakeholder forum, which is basically an online community platform for anybody with an interest in the Ocean Decade, where you can start seeing what some of the actions are doing, start seeing what some of the opportunities, some of the partnerships and so on that are available. And with that, we'll leave it there, but certainly happy to answer any questions. And I hope that at least has given you a taste of what the Ocean Decade is all about, and some of the ways in which we're working globally around these ocean science and sustainable development challenges, and also bringing in issues around Indigenous and local knowledge. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison, for your contribution to the success of this forum, and indeed for all your preparation and participation. As Alison said, she would have loved to have been here in person, but she's sandwiched between COP27 last week and over the weekend, and the other COP session that starts end of this week. So she's unable to join us even through the magic of international air travel. We're very pleased now to open up the floor to any questions. We have a couple from the online audience, but if there's anyone here who would like to ask any questions to our speakers, we do have a microphone that will roam around the room. So if you just raise your hand, we'll get a mic to you. But we'll start with so first a comment online, and another example of success already. So participants from Olympe de la Parole, Canada, are working on a project examining using technology to integrate 1 to 2 Indigenous languages in an app to promote awareness about climate policy. But the average age of participants in this work is 15. And I think there's a perfect example, when we see at events, and there's always, well, we must have a space for youth. And actually, those youth are often creating spaces that we're completely unaware of. At the tender age of 36, I have discovered I am no longer youth and completely irrelevant. But I think when we try and work with across the intergenerational gaps in our communities, we can probably strengthen ourselves even further. We then have another comment, sort of question, sort of call for action, which says from Liette, I believe that some of the first observations of ocean warming in the Arctic came from the Inuit communities in northern Quebec. I attended a Canadian Commission for UNESCO meeting in Ottawa around 2010 as a rep in the Education Committee. However, we were invited to sit in on a presentation in another committee, and I went to a science presentation. It was about a research ship traveling in the Arctic, which had stopped at Inuit communities. The elders told them that their language had changed with respect to the ocean because of climate change. No ice in November. The plight of polar bears in those circumstances alerted the entire world to global and ocean warming, but the humans were immediately impacted. Kudos to the UN for this 2032 decade with the two themes. For those listening at home, I should just make clear that they are not they are two separate decades, not one with two themes, just in case the teams here are suddenly panicking that they now have to share offices for the next 10 years. Are there any questions from the floor in the room? Davide from the Liaison Committee. We have a microphone coming to you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. My question is maybe more exactly from the Liaison Committee perspective. We organized, in cooperation with the Secretariat, a webinar on the Ocean Decade in cooperation with the colleagues of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. The question is, how can we build on this? How can we mobilize? And the question is for both Ingarda and Alison. How can we build on this experience and use the force we have, because we do represent more than 400 NGOs in official partnership with UNESCO, and especially how we can use those non-specialized organizations that are, for sure, I already have a couple of ideas, but I would like to hear from you. How can we use and capitalize on the force of the Liaison Committee as representative of these 400 NGOs, even though they are not only specialized in these 2 decades, but they cover like a large spectrum of activities and fields?
So I don't know which of our speakers would like to come on to address that. Perhaps we will see a raised hand from Alison or from Umgarda. I think the initial call for a working group from Alison is fantastic, but we'll hand the floor to Umgarda in the room, and then we'll go back to Alison.
Thank you for a very relevant question. And thank you very much for the speakers. Really interesting to see again how Alison team is progressing with Decade. I remember we had several calls when we were just starting designing our action plan, and as Oceans Decade is 1 year ahead of us, it was really interesting to learn from experience, and of course happy to see what there are linkages. I would invite probably, as we have an action plan and there is an implementation plan, probably what it would be useful if, let's say, a meeting, a seminar where the NGOs forum or committee would come up with own plan. What do you want to do during next 9 years for us and 8 years for Decade? And then of course to identify those probably interconnected areas, cross-cutting issues, which could be actually linking both decades together. And those NGOs which do not have, let's say, or do have a more generic mandate, I'm sure what we would be able to contribute to one of UNESCO functions. At least that's a minimum what we would expect when we admit NGOs to work with us. So there is something, an entry point, and both decades have broad mandate. You saw it from the presentation what our action plan for International Decade of Indigenous Languages has 10 thematic outputs, which already opens up a lot of very concrete activities. And so my suggestion shortly would be just to see if you can come with a new plan. I mean, localized plan. We are not asking to start drafting it from scratch, but actually to pick up what it is would be most appropriate. And then obviously to identify activities which would be linked to the Decade and register online.
Thank you. We'll hand to Alison online and then to Sabina Colombo in the room. So Alison, over to you.
Great, thanks. No, I second that. I think it would be wonderful to have a specific action plan, like Ingarda just said. I mean, one of the characteristics of the Ocean Decade is that it's not just ocean, and it's not just ocean science, right? It's about how ocean science contributes to sustainable development. So when we're talking to industry, when we're talking to philanthropy, when we're talking to NGOs, we need the NGOs also who are working on health, who are working on education, to really be mainstreaming ocean issues throughout all of this work. So I think, I think the fact that there are these 400 NGOs and there is such a broad spectrum is something that can only be beneficial to us. And there are some very specific ways, I think, in which the broader, perhaps non-ocean focused NGOs can engage. Part of that is by helping us with the communications, with the diffusion of information about why ocean is so important to food security, why ocean is so important to climate, why ocean is so important to education. And we will be relaunching, we've already launched, but we'll be reinvigorating our sort of more public-facing communications campaign, which is called Gen Ocean, in the new year, which is really trying to work at a much more granular level to try and push some of those ideas and some of those actions about how, regardless of whether you're coming at this from an ocean science perspective or a completely different mandate, the ocean is still central. And here are the types of actions that you can take. So certainly coming back to you when we have more information about that campaign relaunch would be one thing to do. And also looking to ways that we can continue some of these webinar series, perhaps around different themes, perhaps looking at some of those cross-cutting themes where the intersection of the 2 decades occurs, and presenting some of the work that's already going on. So NGOs can also start getting a sense of some of the very concrete ways in which they can engage, trying to break it down from the abstract to something that's a lot more operational.
Thank you very much, Alison. I think that gives us a clear path ahead. We'll hand now to Sabina Colombo in the room.
Yes, it's working? It's working. Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor for the first time during this forum. I introduce myself very quickly. Sabina Colombo, for those don't know me. I'm the chief of the Unity for Civil Society Partnership in UNESCO in Paris. I will certainly develop these comments tomorrow in my closing remarks, but I would like to anticipate something and allow me to do that in French, which is the second language, working language of the International Conference of NGOs and of the forum. Greetings all our colleagues that are online and are listening in French. Je voudrais juste tout simplement faire écho aux interventions, aux commentaires de Imgarda et de Alison pour les mettre dans le contexte de l'engagement de l'UNESCO avec la société civile. L'UNESCO bénéficie d'un système unique, institutionnel, parce que nous avons, comme David l'a dit, un réseau de quelques 400 ONG actives dans tous les domaines de compétences de l'organisation, mais aussi un système unique qui est celui de la Conférence internationale des ONG et d'une entité permanente qui est le comité de liaison ONG-UNESCO, qui est lui composé par ONG. Et en ce sens, je pense que je vais faire un peu cueillir la proposition de Alison de la création d'un groupe de travail d'ONG qui pourrait inclure à la fois les ONG partenaires et les autres ONG, dans lequel peut-être on pourra penser à un rôle de coordination aussi avec le comité de liaison. C'est que des idées. Nous sommes contents au sein à l'unité chargée des partenariats avec la société civile et de la division des partenariats dirigée par Julien Pelot qui a parlé ce matin, de voir que l'initiative que le secrétariat a pris de lancer le webinaire How to Engage est en train en fait de porter ses fruits. Il faudra juste qu'on voit les modalités dans lesquelles elle pourra se concrétiser en lien avec les secteurs et la commission océanographique pour favoriser cet ancrage des ONG dans les programmes qui est très souhaité par la directrice générale de l'UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina. I'm actually going to, at this stage, wrap up this session. I know there are a couple of other comments and thoughts that have come in, but we have a lot of space in our next session, which is specifically about building synergy, so I will hold those. I would ask the participants in the room if they could just stay in their seats for a couple of minutes. We're just going to have a minor reset here before we start our next session. So if you can bear with us, if you're at home, grab a glass of water, stretch your legs. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. I now have the great honor to welcome Mrs. Claudette Commander, an elder of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people from the Kitgans-Zibi and Anishinaabe First Nation. As we stand, please, and formally acknowledge that we are here for these 2 days on the unceded land of the Algonquin people, and respectfully ask permission to continue the 13th International Forum of NGOs in official partnership with UNESCO in the presence of our hosts. And I would like to offer this gift of tobacco to Claudette and hand over to her.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour. Kwe kakina. Kwe kakina. Kanimich kijigun kinu nidishinakas kitagan zibi don jaban. Pijajikoma anishnabeeki. Pijajikoma anishnabeeki. Miigwechkibijayan oma nongum. Bienvenue à tous, bienvenue ici à la territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine. Je suis très fière, je suis très content pour toujours donner des mots à bienvenue ici à la territoire de nos peuples, nos ancêtres, la nation algonquine. I'm always honored and I'm always proud to bring forth words of greeting and a welcome to everyone to this beautiful homeland that we are standing on, the homeland of the Algonquin people, our ancestors since time immemorial, and our relatives who continue to be here forevermore. Est-ce qu'il y a du monde qui vient de l'Amérique du Sud? Bienvenido a la tierra de mis ancestros, la nation algonquin. Trying very hard to be respectful of all the different languages, so it's always important. Languages are beautiful, right? And because we're standing here in this land, the city called Ottawa, and the city of Ottawa is in a country, or is in a province called Ontario, and a province of Ontario is in a country called Canada, and Canada is a country that's in this continent called North America. But for us as First Nations people, we welcome you to Turtle Island. Mikinak, Minitik, Turtle Island. That homeland that the Creator blessed all nations that are here on Turtle Island, or North America, or the United States of America, or Canada, the various states, or the various provinces, or the various cities. Really what's important is, it is the ancestral, it is the original homelands of all First Nations, tribes, and nations. So welcome each and every one of you beautiful people, welcome. I acknowledge the first ancestors of this land, the ancestors of the Algonquin people. We both come from the Algonquin nation, the Algonquin people, so we welcome you to our homeland. And I acknowledge the ancestors of all Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast. Acknowledge your ancestors, no matter what nation we come from. I acknowledge each and every one of you, your ancestors. We must never forget our ancestors, never forget where we come from. Our ancestors were here before us. They continue to watch over us, and it is our belief in our spirituality and our laws that our ancestors continue to pray for us. They continue to guide us. And we must forever be thankful for their love and their kindness. And that is so important, no matter where we come from. And the Creator has gifted us, all peoples of the world. No matter where we come from, the Creator has blessed us with our homelands, blessed us with our responsibilities, blessed us with our knowledges that we need to know who we are and our identity, regardless of our heritage, our identity. And that is so beautiful. And we all have something to contribute in our medicine wheel. It is said in our creation story as Anishinaabe people, we call it that medicine wheel. And in that medicine wheel, we see all peoples. And we knew all peoples were created. And we knew that all peoples have a role and responsibility to one another as human beings, to our Mother Earth, to all of creation, to those ancestors. We are connected and we have a responsibility. And I stand here before you in this circle, and to those who are joining virtually, I stand here with this responsibility that I have to my ancestors, I have a responsibility to all my relatives who are in the spirit world. I have a responsibility to my nation, to my family, a responsibility to my ancestors and to Creator, and to upholding the laws of our people and upholding those ceremonies. And so today, what I am conducting here, this ceremony, is for all of us, and it is one of the ceremonies of the Anishinaabe people. And I see in this room here, I see people from different places on earth coming together. And that word international, in order for us to understand, that means we've come from so many different places, right? But no matter where we come from, we're all here together right now on November 21st, 2022, at whatever time it is right now. No matter where we come from, we're all together. Mama we, mama we, mama we. Together. We're together. And the work that we do, especially if your themes, listening about oceans, water is life. Nibi, that first creation, that first gift that the Creator blessed us with. And your other theme, languages, and what we say, Anishinaabe Moin, speaking who we are in that essence of our spirit, that essence of our ways of knowing and our ways of being, and that connection to land, Aki, Mother Earth, Aki. And acknowledging all those other elements that the Creator has blessed us with, the natural elements, natural law, Ishkude, that fire, our grandfather, the sun. And in the air, Nodin. So think about those four natural elements, how important they are to all peoples, all peoples. And we all have a responsibility to respect and to take care of those natural elements: water, air, land, and fire. For without these natural elements, no human being would survive, and we must be thankful. And in this ceremony that will be done, it's called most people know it as a smudge ceremony. I don't like the word smudge. I don't. I call it a cleansing ceremony, because we like those sacred medicines, sage, female, sweetgrass, male, and all our medicines are given to us by Creator to celebrate our life and to worship and to give thanks and to say our prayers. And all those medicines are from Mother Earth. The sweetgrass, male medicine. The sage, female medicine. the cedar, female medicine, and tobacco, male medicine. Always the balance between male and female, always that balance. One is not higher than the other. It's balanced, it's equal. And we use these medicines in our prayers and in our ceremonies. And what I said in my language earlier, that is who I am in my language, in my spirit. But to translate it in English or French or any other language, you lose the essence. But the closest I could say in my language or to translate it, what that means, and that name was given to me. It's my spirit name. And when I'm in prayer and I'm in ceremony, I use my name so my ancestors and the Creator and all those spirit helpers know who is speaking. And that name was given to me through prayer, through offerings, through gifts, and to works, the works that I had to do. The works that I had to do for my people, for Mother Earth, the responsibilities that I held. And what it means, and it was given to me in a dream, and I had to wait 4 years before that dream was interpreted. It taught me patience. I don't have patience. Kind of mellowing out though a bit in my life. But it means the eagle who dances for you. And I hold that name in a most honorable, humble way. And I thank that Grandfather Eagle for always walking with me and helping me. And these eagle feathers that I hold today, male and female, community and language. It honors our languages as Anishinaabe people, and it honors our communities as Anishinaabe people. But it also honors everyone who is in this circle today, and the work that we all must do to protect, respect Mother Earth and all of her creations, from that water life to the plant life and the medicine life and the animals and all that is above and all that is below. And that's each of us. We have that responsibility and that gift at the same time, because caring for Mother Earth is a blessing and Mother Earth is a gift. So I will light the sacred medicine. I'm going to go into this circle here, and I'm going to invite those who are here to bring this beautiful medicine upon themselves, because this medicine, this cleansing, it opens that channel. It brings nothing but good energy into a circle. It protects. It also opens the mind, the ears, the eyes, the mouth, the spirit, the heart. And then it brings a blessing of kindness onto you. And we are so fortunate that Creator has blessed us and gifted us with this medicine, as Mother Earth prepares it always for us. After that is done, a prayer is said. The responsibility that we have is we welcome you to our territory. No matter where you come from, including other Indigenous peoples, we welcome you to our territory, because we never go into anyone's territory and assert ourselves. We never, ever do that. If I go into another First Nations territory, I need to follow their protocols. I cannot bring my ceremonies to them unless they invite me in. So, as my grandfather instructed me, my grandfather, the late William Commander, who was a well-known elder and leader, he said, this is what you do when you welcome the people into our homeland. And we never go into anyone else's homeland and take over. Let's always continue to follow those laws of the Creator and respect. So I welcome you here, beautiful people. Very honored you are here. This Medicine here brings goodness and kindness. It blesses you and it gives you strength to continue doing that good work you're doing. No matter what it is you're doing, no matter what that role is, water, languages, no matter what it is in that international world. We're all together and we must come together. Pimose, mama we pimose, chimino mikon. Let's walk that good road together. Let's pray together. Let's learn from one another. Share wisdom and knowledge. Each one has wisdom to share, has knowledge to share. Each one of us have the right and that gift to learn from one another. And let's do that. Let's continue doing that. And I'm honored to meet each and every one of you. And I'm honored to be here with you, that you're providing me this space to give this teaching, this space to pray with you and for you. Emi Yahwin, to chant. We always sang our prayers. You take this sacred medicine, and I've asked this young lady here who has been, her grandfather was very good friends with my grandfather. So you see how the circle always continues, right? Her grandfather, the late Tom Rankin, was good friends with my grandfather, the late William Commanda, and they were both chiefs of our communities. Again, the spirits bring us together. Isn't that great, right? Spiritual energy is so powerful. So you can watch what she does, and I know because time is, we don't have a lot of time, and I know you're all starving, and it takes time to bring everybody forward to do a smudge, but at least right now, these main individuals here are representing, so they will bring on that medicine onto themselves or be part of the ceremony, but you're all included though, don't worry, because when I light it, I'm going around, come back, and the prayer will be said together. You're all included, no matter who you are, everyone in this room. We don't force our ways on anyone. So for those who want to stay and be part of it, you're more than welcome. For those of you that need to step out, that's okay too, be my guest to step out. Don't force our ways on anyone. But what I do say, to please have respect for my ancestors, have respect for our ceremony, have respect for our teachings, because it is only through respect that healing will come. So important. And we learn nibakawin, wisdom. And you know, with respect comes that greatest gift that the creators give every human being, Zalgiyeduin, love. And as I end the prayer, the 7 grandfathers are part of that prayer. So I'm going to put this microphone down right now. I'm going to light the sacred medicine. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to try not to light it up too much because it's very dry. And if there's a draft, then it's going to go like wildfire. Okay. I did a ceremony at the Museum of History, and I didn't like my smudge too much because it was. You could see people in the audience like, don't worry about it. Be okay. come close beside her. Okay. If we can kind of just make a circle without blocking the camera, but that's okay. You're all, please come into the circle. We'll find a way. We're all in this together. We've been hearing this phrase for the last 2.5 years, right? We're all in this together, right? If the smudge is, or if the medicine continues to be here after I say the prayer, anyone who wants to come forward to participate, please. It's still going. Okay, let's put our mind on our heart and our voice together as one. I offer each and every one of you into this circle to say a prayer in the way that you believe, in the way that you are comfortable. Even if it's a prayer for you, please, or a prayer for a loved one, a friend, you're invited into this circle of prayer. Kishimenado, kichmigwej munje nongum, migwej Gishimenado kinakego chimigwej. Das pinigen kokomisag, das pinigen mishomsag, migwej kibija yego manongum. And abigis widokwishnong onji kakina nongum ashishwabang. Gishimenado nibuksendam chimino taguzuin onji nongum ashishwabang. Nibuksendam nibakawin. Nibuksendam mashkawiziwin, nibuksendam minapomatswin. Kichimigwej kokamistipikizis, kichimigwej mishomiskizis. Migwej jojoiki. Migwej. Migwej nijan wendaganag, migwej. Migwej onji kizagi eduin. Kishimenado, anabigis nibuksendam. Zagi duin, onje, inini wag, ashish ikwe wag. Migwej onje nibi, migwej onje aki, migwej onje ishkude, ashish migwej onje nodin. Creator, we come together in this circle. We raise our spirit and our heart and our voice as one. And we thank you for all of your blessings. We come together, Creator, with that one mind, one heart, one spirit, and one voice, as we give thanks to that first grandmother and that first grandfather whom you've blessed all peoples of the world with. Our grandmother, the moon, Kokamistipikisis, our grandfather, the sun, Mishomiskisis. Creator, we come together with that one heart, one spirit, one voice, as we give thanks to that first mother, that one mother whom you've blessed all peoples of the world with, that greatest mother, our mother, the earth, and we say, Chimigwej Jojoiki, and we give thanks to our mother, the earth. We give thanks, Creator, for that water life. We give you thanks, Creator, for our grandfather, the wind. We give you thanks, Creator, for that warmth of our grandfather, the sun, that fire. We give you thanks, Creator, for the land, our mother, the earth. And we thank our ancestors for being here. And we acknowledge the ancestors and the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the 4 directions who have come into this prayer. And it is my prayer, Ninemi Yahwin, my prayer for all who are here, that the grandmothers and the grandfathers bless each and every person who is here physically and who is joining virtually, to bless them with good health, bless them with strength, Mashkawiziwin, bless them with wisdom, Nibakawin, bless them, Creator, with that ability to listen and to learn and to respect one another in this great circle of life, in that medicine wheel, as brothers and sisters. And we must all come together to ensure that the work that we do will always be for the children, We thank you, Creator, for all our relatives who are in the spirit world and our relatives who continue to walk with us. We thank them for their love. And Creator, you know the hearts of every person who is here in this circle. And Creator, hear their prayer. And we thank you for hearing our prayer and answering our prayer. We thank you. Together we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the medicine that was lit. We thank you, Creator, for the prayer that is said. And Creator, we thank you for life. We thank you for our lives. We say a prayer together, Creator, for the whole world and all peoples of the world. And may they feel that peace and comfort and protect the children. And Creator, we thank you. We thank you, Creator, for that energy that you're bringing in this room of goodness and kindness. We thank you, Creator, for blessing us with your love. We thank you, Creator, for being brothers and sisters in this circle today. Creator, together with one heart, one spirit, and one voice, we thank you for hearing our prayer. And we thank you for accepting the gratitude that we have for you and all of your spirit helpers, all of the ancestors and the relatives, and all those spirits that continue to walk with us each and every day. Thank you. And may the 7 grandfathers continue to walk with each and every one of you. May you embrace those 7 grandfathers and those grandfathers whom we call love, respect, wisdom, courage, honesty, humility, and truth. And you are blessed with those 7 grandfathers. Chimigwej, thank you. Miigwej, thank you. Thank you for being part of this prayer. And Creator is good, and so are the ancestors and all those spirit helpers. We also thank the Creator for that food. Miigwej, Mijim, Miigwej, Wisininak, Chimigwej. Thank you. Take care. Miigwej. So, I know that you're probably starving and you want to eat now. But there is one more thing that we do before we close the prayer. And I'm just going to, again, nobody move, but I'm going to shake each and every one of you your hands. Balance, always the balance. So if anyone of you that would like to come in who has not participated in SMUD, but you're more than welcome if you want. I can write it up again. You don't have to, we don't force our way on anyone. With that being said, for those that want to come forward, for those of you that are ready to go and have your lunch, you can go and have your lunch. Okay, thank you so much for having me, really appreciate it. Blue is the color.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are at home, we hope you enjoy your break. We'll be back at the appointed time according to the schedule, and those of us in the room, we will carry on as we've just been instructed. So we'll see you all in probably around an hour. I'm not sure what the time is, but as per the schedule. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. I apologize for interrupting your slightly shortened lunch break. We've decided it's sensible to give you another 10 minutes to quickly enjoy your lunch. But if I could ask you to be back in seats in 10 minutes, that would be really wonderful. Thank you very much. to join us. We have a clicky click. I didn't want to promise, and then it suddenly appeared, and I thought, oh, yeah, we've done. Okay, we're live. So.
We enjoyed a fabulous lunch here at the museum and hope that all our online participants were able to enjoy an equally wonderful lunch wherever you are joining us from. Our first speaker this afternoon, Lisa Paramaki, is the director of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development at Fisheries and Oceans Canada. She leads an enthusiastic and dedicated team who is working with the national and international science community to advance Canada's contributions to the Ocean Decade. Since joining DFO in 2002, Lisa has been responsible for a variety of programs within the ecosystems and ocean science sector, including marine conservation, habitat science, environmental response, and international biodiversity science. Lisa grew up in Victoria, British Columbia, playing on the beach and sailing on the ocean. While she will forever consider the West Coast her natural habitat, she now lives in Ottawa with her family and golden retriever. Lisa has a Bachelor's of Science in Geography from the University of Victoria, a Master's of Environmental Studies from Wilfrid Laurier University, and a PhD in Planning from the University of Waterloo. Dr. Paramaki, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for the invitation to come speak today. I will be talking about the UN Decade of Ocean Science and the contribution that Canada is making. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're engaging, talk about some of the horizontal themes that we're working on, and give a couple of ideas of some things we're doing, and then wrap up with some ways that people can get engaged. I did listen this morning from home when I heard Alison Clausen from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission talking about the Ocean Decade. And so I will reiterate what she said about ocean science. And I think it's just a nice place to start when we talk about this decade of ocean science. Just to be clear about what we mean by that. And we don't mean exclusively physical or natural sciences. In the context of the Ocean Decade, ocean science is defined in its broadest sense. So it includes the social sciences, humanities, indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, innovation, all these kinds of disciplines. So we need to work in this transdisciplinary environment, and as a result, we need to ensure that we're engaging as many people as we can. So with that, I'll talk about Canada's contribution. We heard, again with Alison, saying why an ocean decade, and the simple answer is because humanity depends on the ocean. And the UN Decade has the potential to support sustainable development of our oceans, and it also has the potential to help reverse the decline in ocean health. And these are lofty, wonderful ideas. When we start to engage individuals or organizations, sometimes people are really, really busy. And of course, everybody wants to do something to help humanity. Sometimes it helps if we bring it down a little bit and talk about what an organizational or individual benefit could be from engaging in the Ocean Decade. So one of the great things about the Ocean Decade is it's a way of strengthening networks, strengthening existing networks and partnerships. It's an opportunity to work with people with whom you may be working already to do some neat projects. But it also provides an opportunity to reach into new partnerships, to do new and innovative work. And it also allows people to leverage this global platform to showcase some of the amazing work that's being done. So this is a really lovely opportunity for early career ocean professionals, and I'll talk about that a little bit as well. So there's lots of benefits from participating and engaging in the Ocean Decade. And Canada is a really strong supporter of the decade. We've been involved in it since the preparatory phase. We were involved in regional and global workshops where that implementation plan that Alison spoke of this morning was created. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in the Canadian Coast Guard is a member of the Ocean Decade Alliance. Now, this is, I don't know whether Alison had mentioned it, but I'll make a plug for it. And it is a group of eminent leaders from member states or from non-governmental organizations, from industry, who have decided to come together to lead by example, to amplify messaging, to make a strong contribution to the decade. So our minister is a member of that high-level alliance. And as a result of that, within Fisheries and Oceans Canada, which is the Government of Canada department where I work, we have established a dedicated Ocean Decade office. So I have a small team of really dedicated and enthusiastic team members, and we're working to engage the Canadian ocean science community and work with international partners. Engagement in the Ocean Decade does help Canada with a number of its other priorities, implementing a blue economy, helping to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, and a number of the other international commitments. So I'll just sort of walk through how we're engaging within Canada. We have a National Decade Committee, and Alison spoke about that this morning. And our idea was to create this multi-level, voluntary National Decade Committee that draws on the collective leadership within the Canadian ocean science community and takes advantage of these networks of networks. So we have my small Ocean Decade office, which is reaching out and engaging with people and trying to pull people together, identifying opportunities for participation, identifying where there are sources of funding, and just amplifying messages so that people know about the Ocean Decade. Within the Government of Canada, we have created a series of committees so that we can reach out to other departments who have a mandate in oceans. We have Transport Department and Environment Department, a number of other departments. So we're working with them as well to ensure that the Government of Canada as a whole is making a contribution, and not just the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. In the center of this diagram, we have the early career ocean professionals. Now, Samantha, I think, is coming tomorrow, and she'll talk about this amazing network. It's a global network. We have a Canadian node, and really, really proud of the work that they're doing. Extremely enthusiastic, dedicated, ambitious, creative group of individuals, and we have the pleasure of working with them and being able to harness some of that energy as well. So that early career ocean professional network is really important to us. Then we have our community of champions, and there's a champion among us right now. The idea with this is we needed to expand beyond our own networks and take advantage of other networks that were there, this network of networks idea. And so we decided to invite Canadian leaders, people who were already recognized in their field as being leaders, well-respected. They had networks, they had energy, they had a positive contribution to make to the decade. So we identified 7 champions related to the 7 Ocean Decade outcomes. So you can see on the the right-hand side of the slide here in blue, those are the names of our decade outcomes. There's 7 of them that are articulated in that implementation plan. A clean ocean, a healthy and resilient ocean, and so on. And so we identified 1 champion for each, and I'm happy to say Jackie Dawson is here today, and she's going to be speaking this afternoon. She is the champion of a safe ocean. We have a champion for a clean ocean, which is OceanWise, and I think they're coming to speak tomorrow. And we have Diz Glithero for an engaging and inspiring ocean, and she's coming to speak tomorrow as well on ocean literacy. So we really reached out to these amazing people and said, please, please come aboard and be part of our community of champions, and working with them as they create their own thematic networks, work with their own partners to identify opportunities and to amplify messaging again, to make sure we're reaching as many people as we can on the decade. Rebecca Martone spoke this morning as well about the Northeast Pacific Regional Collaborative Center, and we work closely with Rebecca's organization, the Tula Foundation. So that's a neat way. Theirs is a geographic center, and it spans, as she said, across the west coast of Canada and into the United States. So we work closely with them too to see how we can leverage those opportunities rather than, sort of duplicating and reaching out to the same people. And we have also, just at a working level, we have created an informal working group where we work with the Government of Canada contacts for the other decades that are happening. And that's just a really neat get together every month or so to talk about best practices, what it is they're working on, things that are working for us, just a nice exchange of ideas across the decades. So that's how we're engaging. We have identified a few priorities for the Ocean Decade. We, of course, have a strong interest in inclusive, collaborative, and co-designed approaches to ocean science. That's what the decade is about. We launched the decade in Canada in March of 2020, and then we followed up in May of 2021 with a workshop where we're engaging people to talk about what are some of the priorities, what are some of the things that we should be trying to address. Through those discussions and other discussions that we've been having with partners, we've identified some areas that are uniquely Canadian or really resonate with us. They're horizontal themes that go across all of those Ocean Decade outcomes, across all of the challenge areas that have been identified. So the first, obviously, is Indigenous knowledge and engagement. So a really important component of our engagement, and I'll talk in the next slide about some of the work that we're doing related to that. Another priority for us across all of our Ocean Decade outcomes is the Arctic. We are an Arctic nation. Jackie Dawson will probably be talking about Arctic work later. Another important priority for us is the youth and early career ocean professionals. So we are working with the early career ocean professionals, but we are doing some things with youth as well. And I have an example of that. Ocean literacy, again, this is about people's relationship with the oceans, and Diz is our champion. She'll be talking about that tomorrow. Getting at that sort of intersectionality of diversity, one of the issues or priorities for us has been gender equity and the important role of women in ocean science. And so we have been putting in place some projects related to that. And then finally, climate change, looking at the important role of ocean in the climate, that ocean climate nexus, climate sort of being a victim of, or the oceans being a victim of climate change, but also a potential solution. So these are some themes that we have identified as being really important in our contribution over the next decade. There have been, of course, priorities that have been identified in each of those individual Ocean Decade outcomes as well. So I'll just turn to some of the work that we have been undertaking on Indigenous engagement and Indigenous knowledge. There are those international working groups and formats that the IOC has set up to engage on Indigenous and local knowledge, and we are participating in those. We also have within our own department in the Government of Canada, we have established governance for engaging with Indigenous peoples, and we have been doing that through our department. In addition to that, we have been funding and supporting some individual projects, which we think are really important. The first one is a workshop for Indigenous people to get together to talk about the Ocean Decade. It's being led by an organization at the University of Victoria, Ocean Network Canada. And it's a series of workshops engaging Indigenous peoples, talking about the decade and some priorities. We also have worked with a funding agency within Canada to put in place scholarships for doctoral students, for Indigenous students or other underrepresented groups. A neat project that we have funded is mapping and looking at derelict fishing gear. This is an Indigenous-led project by the Malahat Nation on the west coast of Canada. and another one on the west coast of Canada, and Rebecca had included this in her slide as well, which is crowdsourced bathymetry and working with Indigenous peoples about mapping their local waters. So these are some of the Indigenous projects that we've been working with as part of our contribution to the Ocean Decade. So the next theme that I wanted to highlight was related to empowering women and girls in ocean science. Over the course of the decade, we have hosted with the Canadian Commission of UNESCO, as well as the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, a series of virtual workshops that looked at gender equity in the Ocean Decade and ways of improving diversity and improving the inclusion of women. I'm happy to say we launched a report earlier this summer. It's their Advancing Gender Equity in the Ocean Decade in the right-hand side of the slide. We've also been supporting a project at the World Maritime University about empowering women in the Ocean Decade. This has now become an Ocean Decade endorsed program, which means it's a high-level program, and now people who are doing projects that are related can align themselves with that program. In another collaborative initiative, we have worked with the Canadian Commission of UNESCO, Ingenium, and the National Film Board in Canada to develop some multimedia resources highlighting the important role and accomplishments of women in ocean science. So there's a poster there, a series of different posters that we've done about some remarkable women in ocean science, so that the next generation, so that young girls and youth can see a path forward for themselves in science. And then another project that we've worked on, again in collaboration, this time with the University of Victoria's Ocean Network Canada and also the Girl Guides of Canada, is an Ocean Decade Challenge Crest. And this is a really neat project where they've identified challenges associated with each of the Ocean Decade outcomes, and youth can earn badges by learning about that particular challenge, doing some neat activities, and gathering these badges. And again, just another way of getting youth and girls involved and interested in ocean science. So I know we heard this morning lots of different ways to engage, and so there's the idea of like exploring these innovative and collaborative events in the context of the decade. There are a number of workshops and conferences that are coming up that we can participate in. I've got my next slide to highlight some of those that are happening in Canada. Also participating, if you're in Canada, participating in some of the thematic networks that our community of champions are establishing. There's also the Early Career Ocean Professional Network globally and within Canada, and of course our Northeast Pacific Collaborative Center. So those are resources people can go to find out about how to get involved. Alison mentioned the Global Stakeholder Forum as well, which is this great online resource for finding out initiatives that are going on globally, and some national events are there as well. And then I'll do a pitch for our National Ocean Decade newsletter. If anybody's interested in receiving it, the email address is there, or you can talk to me afterwards, and we'd be happy to put you on our distribution list. It's something that we share sort of every couple of months. We haven't put a time frame on it exactly. We want to put it out when we actually have information to share, and so far that's been about every 2 months. And I think it's a really lovely resource that, again, just highlights some of the neat work that's been going on and identifies opportunities for people to participate as well. So I'll just conclude with a couple of things that are happening here in Canada, or that we're engaged in. One of them is this call for decade actions, which Alison mentioned this morning. It's the 4th call. So anybody who is undertaking a project right now or has an idea for a project, it's something that you can submit through the IOC's website and potentially get decade endorsement. Again, this becomes the contribution to doing something great for the oceans, as well as some of those benefits that I mentioned at the beginning. I won't say too much about ArcticNet because I think Jackie will probably talk about that, but that's coming up in December, and we're really looking forward to participating there. That's an Arctic science meeting. Canada is hosting, or the CBD meeting, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Conference of Parties, is taking place in Montreal in December. That's a forum for people to come together internationally as well to talk about the oceans. We're hoping to highlight some important work about the ocean decade at that meeting. And then in February, Vancouver is welcoming the world at Impact 5. This is the International Marine Protected Area Congress. Again, we're working with partners to have a strong ocean decade presence there, and hope to have sort of mapped out a little bit of a tour of Impact 5 so that people who are really interested in the decade will know where they can tune in for those decade events. So there are a number of other things here, which you can see on the slide, and look forward to hearing ideas from people, inviting anybody to sign up for our newsletter, to reach out to us if you have questions, suggestions, anything like that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Lisa. Fantastic connections between the West Coast and over here on the East Coast area of Canada, and all of the connections being made that we heard about this morning as well from Mgarda and Allison. So thank you very much. Our next speaker, Dr. Rebecca Robinson, is a professor at the University of Rhode Island's Graduate School of Oceanography. She studies the chemical cycles of carbon and nitrogen in the ocean on human and geologic timescales. As the chair of the United States Advisory Committee to Scientific Ocean Drilling, Dr. Robinson is a lead author on the newly developed Science Mission Requirements document, which outlines the technical specifications for a state-of-the-art, globally ranging drilling vessel in support of the science defined in the internationally adopted 2050 Science Framework, Exploring Earth by Scientific Ocean Drilling. We are pleased to share her video presentation with you today. We hand it over to Dr. Robinson's video.
Hi, I'm Becky Robinson, and I'm an oceanographer from the University of Rhode Island, and I serve as the chair of the U.S. Advisory Committee to Scientific Ocean Drilling. I work closely with the U.S. Science Support Program, the office that supports ocean drilling in the United States. Both the U.S. Science Support Program and the University of Rhode Island are Ocean Decade Nexus organizations. I'm here today to tell you about scientific ocean drilling, about its history, its discoveries, and its ambitions for the future. Scientific ocean drilling began in the United States in 1968 with the Deep Sea Drilling Project, and it's grown under several programmatic umbrellas over the years into an international consortium, now including more than 26 member countries, and it's known as the Integrated Ocean Discovery Program. 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and beneath the oceans lies a vast region of sediments and rocks that holds clues to the history and function of the Earth. Subsea floor, as we call it, holds information about the creation and destruction of the Earth's tectonic plates, about volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, mountain building events, ice ages, ocean circulation in the past, the ecology and evolution of marine life, and more. The subsea floor is host to a huge microbial ecosystem and abundant mineral resources. And while many who study the ocean can use a normal research ship to access the water column and the uppermost sediments, only a drilling vessel allows for the recovery of deep geologic materials. Scientific ocean drilling rests on the ability to recover columns of sediments and rocks called cores, and the current vessel provides intact materials, including the associated fluids from within the seafloor. This is pretty amazing. We get intact rocks as well as a water sample from hundreds or even thousands of meters below the seafloor. Scientific ocean drilling also puts instruments into the seafloor to study changes within it. It studies the interior of the Earth, the strain and the slip, fluid flows, and heat flows. And the programs have also stored the core materials in repositories. These are like mud and rock libraries for future scientific inquiry. And it's thanks to this foresight and the technological innovations associated with scientific ocean drilling that Earth scientists like myself, have filled textbooks and journal articles with new discoveries of how the Earth works, of Earth history, and we've informed predictions for the future. Personally, I study how ocean biology and chemistry interact with climate change, and I do this largely with cores from scientific ocean drilling. I've studied the tropical Pacific as far back as 40 million years ago and as recently as a few hundred years. I'd like to tell you about a few of the program highlights. Early drilling confirmed the existence of seafloor spreading and the theory of plate tectonics by recovering oceanic crust that, when dated, shows a progressive increase in age away from the mid-ocean ridge. Drilling has led to the discovery and characterization of the deep biosphere, the ecosystem or ecosystems, plural, of microbial life that reside within the sediments and uppermost oceanic crust. We've just begun to understand the Earth's least known biome, and it's mind-boggling. These microbes defy imagination, in some cases appearing to grow where energy is lacking. And the growth is so slow that the cells appear to duplicate on timescales of hundreds or even thousands of years. It's really unlike anything we see on the surface of the Earth. The drill ship's ability to collect nearly continuous sediment records for hundreds of meters below the seafloor has provided us with a window into 180 million years of climate history, including episodes of intermittent ocean deoxygenation, the emergence of large polar ice sheets, the intensification of the monsoons, and more. These climate records have revealed the pacing and drivers of natural climate change, and they provide context for understanding human impacts on the system. Drilling and the placement of instrumentation in the Earth's crust has allowed us to measure and even listen to movements of Earth's tectonic plates. A rapid response to the March 2011 earthquake in the Japan Trench allowed for measurement of the frictional heat related to the slip on the fault associated with this energetic and devastated earthquake and tsunami. In other boreholes, instrumentation documents almost imperceptible slip and strain within subduction zone faults that create what's called a slow slip earthquake, things that were relatively unknown without this technology. And targeted drilling spanning decades has recovered global scale evidence for the large impact event 65 million years ago that's thought to have wiped the dinosaurs off the face of the Earth. This mass extinction that ended the age of the reptiles has now been documented in high detail. Recent work offshore Mexico, drilling in the impact crater itself, Chicxulub, has recovered fine scale sequences that lead to a detailed account of the impact and its consequences. And there's so many more amazing discoveries. One thing seems universally true about scientific ocean drilling. There are surprises that inspire awe and wonder beneath the seafloor. And all of the amazing science has been accompanied by the development of technologies, a highly skilled workforce, and educational materials. An international collaborative community has grown out of this program. In the journal Nature in 2013, scientific ocean drilling was described as arguably the most successful international research collaboration ever. And the current program is ending. The primary drilling vessel, the JOIDES Resolution, is 45 years old and nearing the end of her working life. Yet there's so much more to do in terms of science, but also in terms of building out our community, collaborating with new groups, and sharing our results. A future framework for scientific ocean drilling has been envisioned by the international community. This framework highlights both the exploration of the unexplored and the development of hypothesis-driven drilling programs that push forward our current understanding of the Earth. A new program seeks to satisfy an urgent need to understand ice sheet behavior, rates and spatial signatures of sea level rise, and variability in monsoons, which provide fresh water to millions. A new program will seek to understand how ocean circulation might change based on past warm periods. These warm period records are relatively inaccessible without scientific ocean drilling, as are exploration of the relatively pristine microbiome beneath the seafloor, and study the ecology of microbial life to look at the limits of life, as well as its impact on the chemistry, on the oceans and climate, and the possibility of novel products like antibiotics. A new program will drill deep into the crust to study the life cycle of tectonic plates. Both coring and the implementation of borehole instruments will provide constraints on hazard-related earthquakes and tsunami-generating forces, and they'll also allow for the documentation and exploration of potentially societally crucial freshwater resources beneath the seafloor. The community aspires to continue its legacy of cutting-edge, internationally collaborative research and technology development, and it hopes to do so in a more inclusive and globally responsible way. Current efforts towards enhancing inclusion, including an ongoing discussion with Indigenous peoples in Greenland in preparation for an upcoming expedition, have taught us that doing better will only improve both the science and the human outcomes of our work. The dawn of a new program is full of ideas and opportunities. But to do more science, we need a new ship. The scientific ocean drilling community, spearheaded by the U.S. Science Support Program and my predecessor, Dr. Marta Torres, proposed an ocean shot to procure a state-of-the-art, globally ranging drilling vessel in support of scientific ocean drilling. Since then, the community has come together to define the needs for this new vessel. And while we wait to see what comes next, science continues. I want to thank Teresa Kennedy and UNESCO for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit about scientific ocean drilling as part of the introduction to the Ocean Decade. With any luck, a few of you in the audience will think differently about what is beneath the waves the next time you look at the ocean. Be well.
For sharing that inspiring video with us. What she was explaining is the intense scientific research that is a part of the Ocean Decade, and all of the projects that Lisa and Rebecca Martoni were talking about earlier this morning are all examples of these types of projects. So at this point, I will turn it over to my colleague here, Nick.
Forgotten my name.
Well, I just don't know it.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Just for those in the room, we have asked them to turn the temperature up a little. We're aware that people are a little chill, and it's coming with more noise than temperature at the moment, but it should slowly come up in half-degree increments. But we've been negotiating with COP, and we've compromised. So our next speaker was due to be Ms. Sunshine Tenasco, who is very local. She lives about 2 hours from here. And sadly, she can't be with us today. I had a long conversation with her yesterday. She's quite unwell and sent her apologies. But I wasn't quite able to let her off the hook that easily. So I had the pleasure of meeting Sunshine when I was here in March, at the same point that I met David and we first talked about this forum. And the work that she is doing in her own community to try and achieve change and is incredible. She was not someone who was convinced that engaging with a UN process was worthwhile. You know, she was working in her own community, she was having a successful career, she didn't really see the need, and she didn't really see the point in engaging with a talking shop. And we had a passionate discussion over dinner where I was trying to convince her that actually the need for engaging in processes outside is how we change opinions, and that this whole event focused on mobilizing NGOs needs to hear from people outside of the obvious family. We need to hear different voices. So I'd just like to bring a little quote from her and then just tell you a little bit more about her work before I introduce our next speaker. So she founded Her Braids to create awareness about clean drinking water in First Nations communities. She started and runs a grassroots project called Powwow Pitch because, and I quote, "because I love helping other Indigenous entrepreneurs dream, and I follow my heart. I am that optimistic girl who believes she can make a difference. So I said, you know, she founded her braids, knowing that her own community, Kitigan Zibi, where Claudette joined us from slightly earlier, had not had clean drinking water for 15 years. She decided to address this, and one of the many tools was a book that she wrote called Nibi's Water Song. So, and I apologize for my pronunciation, but in the Anishinaabe language, Nibi is the word for water. In the book, an Indigenous girl is on the search for clean water to drink. She's faced with repeated obstacles, but her joyful and determined energy became a catalyst for change and action in her community, and then in widening circles around the country and eventually reaching the government, rallying around her to make clean water, drinking water available for all. And in the story, it's sort of perfectly leveled for young readers. There's a strong underlying message that when a problem seems too large to face, every bit that everyone does really helps, and that inaction in the face of that challenge is not an option. This was really handy because it was the perfect reason why she needed to be speaking at the event and not sitting outside of a UN process. But a little from the description, the hopeful tone and lyrical read-aloud quality of this gentle allegorical tale opened the door to conversations and action aimed at young children, whether they are on a reserve that does not have clean water or they are living with clean access to water. Chief Ladybird's stunning original artwork carries through the themes of strength, hope, resilience in an incredible collaboration of talent. And I think that's really critical because as Sunshine explained it to me, a book that young Indigenous women and children can read that speaks to them and looks like them is far more important than I think many people outside of a community that has been marginalized against their will can ever really understand. And so, not content with that, the book has now been translated into several local languages, which is extending its tool as its value as a tool for learning, preserving language, preserving culture and tradition, but also picking up on something Alison said earlier, and Umgara was very clear on, claiming fundamental human rights. And at the core of these conversations, when we looked at the two themes to be examined across this forum, the initial question from a lot of people was, well, what's the connection? I said, if you forget every element of oceans and every element of languages and just focus on climate and human rights, that is what almost everyone else that is already active in some other sphere will engage with. So now we need to put those in the context for everyone else of languages and oceans. So Sunshine isn't here today. I hope I have done her some justice. Do look up her book. It's a really interesting read, even if you're not a young person. And hopefully she will join us at some point in the future. We're now pleased to hand over to Ms. Alison Rodriguez, who is president of the International Federation of Translators. Representing New Zealand, she is a linguist and a translator in legal, human rights and technical fields. She has diverse experience in strategy, policy and promotion of the arts, having held the office of Secretary General and Vice President for the International Federation of Translators for the past 8 years. She's known for her strong advocacy of multilingualism, multilateralism, and cultural and linguistic diversity and inclusion, with particular focus on Indigenous language revitalization, association development, and community building. There is a theme here for anyone wondering the speakers that have been picked as we progress through the program. Alison was a plenary speaker at the International Federation of Translators International Year of Indigenous Languages event in 2019, and a speaker at the UNESCO Translation Commons International Translation Day in September 2022. So it's now a pleasure to show you the video she has provided for us. Thank you.
My name is Alison Rodriguez, and I'm the president of the International Federation of Translators, and I speak to you today from Eastern Australia, from the land of the Yagara and Turrbal peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which I stand, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be here with you this afternoon, and I'd like to just share with you some thoughts about the need for NGOs to factor language provision and access into the work that they do in order to successfully deliver the decades. So I'll just share my screen with you. So before I start, I'd just like to say a word about FIT. FIT is the international federation that represents professional associations of translators, interpreters, and terminologists, and advocates for the profession. Now, there are, of course, many aspects to our work, but one of them is the promotion of the need for professional translation and interpreting to support multilingualism, linguistic access to services, and multilateral dialogue as a pathway to lasting peace. And when I talk about translation today, I'm referring to both the written and the spoken, that is, to translation and interpreting, and also terminology. Now, translation plays a key political and cultural role in multilateralism and multiculturalism. And why do NGOs need to factor translation into their work? Well, translating and interpreting can support their work, increasing their reach and effectiveness through dissemination of the organization's research and work and its ideas to the widest possible audience. Now, translation and interpreting also provides access and mitigates exclusion, particularly in Indigenous and minority languages. Translators and interpreters allow participation because for many people, to participate in their language of proficiency requires using a translator or interpreter. Now, language rights, which are the right to use your own language as an integral expression of your identity and your agency, are part of the human rights agenda. Linguistic rights are fundamental human rights because they allow access to the other important rights, such as health, justice, education, and freedom of expression. So considering language access becomes essential, but sadly, there's no one size fits all. Unlike the larger institutions, such as the European Parliament or the UN, who have their translation policies and processes well in hand, smaller NGOs often have less formal, more response-driven and ad hoc approaches to translation. They often don't have internal language teams that they can depend on, and they have very varying needs, different funding models, different geographical realities, for example, and the languages that you need will always depend on where you operate and how widely you operate. So while many NGOs understand and acknowledge the importance and the practice of inclusiveness, diversity, and also multilingual access, they are not always aware of how translation can help them to achieve it. Without a formal translation policy, it's often harder to delineate responsibilities. Now, on things such as who translates, who is expected to provide the translation, what languages are needed, and also for what purpose. What kind of texts and use cases are you thinking about? You also want to know who can take ownership of the final work. That also involves issues around things like intellectual property and also responsibility for any eventual liability. And I'd just like to touch on those three main areas around the answers to those questions in regard to Indigenous language translating and interpreting. Now, the first of those is technology, community, and professionals. When NGOs need to disseminate information and services in multiple languages, it's often at speed and with a limited budget. Now, there's a tendency to think that the ability to use technology will be a quick and easy solution to the problem, or perhaps to use community-based approach such as crowdsourcing or volunteer translation, because it'll save you money, right? Well, sometimes the cost-effective solution has a hidden cost. That is, I mean, for example, look here, this is a classic historic MT disaster. And equally, a crowd that loves your work and may be unfamiliar with some of your terminology or objectives could reframe your message and get it wrong. Now, these are shortcomings to these solutions. There's many, such as the inaccuracy that can be put into the message, ownership of information and confidentiality, reputation, or even the gender and racial bias that's often inherent in technological systems. And technology can get in the way. not just in MT, but in many different areas, Indigenous languages can be poorly served by a technological approach. And that's because things like machine translation is based on data, and data is a numbers game, and many Indigenous languages may lack sufficient data. In addition, cultures whose knowledge is tied to nature and passed down through stories and rituals and family rather than text will have less data available. Their language base, their knowledge base, and even their ecological base don't always transfer easily into a database. And the second thing to look at is education. Now, there's a need for education of service providers in how to and when to use translating and interpreting with Indigenous languages, but also to educate and train more translators and interpreters in minority languages. Traditional training courses generally offer majority languages, although this is changing. There's many associations and institutions now that are beginning to train, to provide training in Indigenous languages, and this is expanding. But often, NGO and their services don't have specific training for staff on working with Indigenous languages and cultures, which can be exclusionary. Educating people on using translating and interpreting is important and can make a huge difference to the outcomes of projects. Now, in the pandemic, a US hospital found that patients who had limited English language proficiency had, through no fault of their own, a 35% higher chance of dying, which basically made languages other than English a health risk. And that was because there was no access to an interpreter or translated information to support patients, which could have made a huge difference. So there's a real need to help identify and train more translators and interpreters in order to meet the rapidly growing demand. And one of the reasons that that demand is growing is due to one of the big factors that's putting pressure on every aspect of our society today, and that's climate. Climate has a huge effect on migration. With changes in climate come changes in migration flows, both external and internal. And there's really very little awareness sometimes of the presence of Indigenous language speakers who have limited proficiency in other languages. For example, there's an increasing number of Indigenous language speakers arriving in the US from the South, and they're often identified based on their country of origin rather than from their Indigenous culture. And this has resulted in them as being classified as Spanish speakers, which many of them are not. In fact, they struggle to make themselves understood and to understand in Spanish. Indigenous languages provide intergenerational transfer of intangible cultural heritage and historic knowledge, and that will help us in facing these future global climate challenges. So accessing this knowledge is crucial and often requires the deep understanding a translator and interpreter can offer. Now, the global development agenda depends on a wide range of factors, such as economic growth, sustainability, security, health, human rights, and environmental protection. And their successful delivery depends on equitable access, both to information and to services. And it also depends on a dialogue with communities and genuine engagement and lasting relationships. So the role of translators and interpreters and terminologists in this cannot be underestimated. Global multilingual institutions and NGOs must recognize the importance of language in achieving their aims and design coherent and sustainable linguistic policies very early on to help plan for those overarching language management and needs, and to also facilitate access. Because effective use of translation enables community inclusion and empowerment by providing both the access to the information and services that's needed and a way for a community and its members to be heard. Thank you. I hope, well, I wish you well on your journey throughout the decade, and I hope that this has given you an idea of some of the factors to consider around language provision and access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison.
Thank you very much, Alison, as Teresa has said. We are right on time for our next session. So before we continue, I would just like to hand the floor to David Shimke from the Canadian Commission for UNESCO to just a few closing remarks to just tie this session together.
Those are great, great videos, great presentations. Thank you, Lisa. We're really privileged to work with you and your team. I can vouch for what you said about you having a fantastic and engaged team. That's certainly true. And thanks to the other who participated via video. I think one of these things that underscores is that, you know, there's UNESCO is a wonderful organization that does many things well, but it really does rely on others to take up these causes, these decades, and to really make them, to mobilize action. And as a national commission for UNESCO, our national commissions are a constitutional part of UNESCO, and we do help UNESCO too on the ground, trying to make sure that these global initiatives have a more local impact. And we do this in a variety of ways through the decades, also through UNESCO sites. I should make a special shout out to UNESCO sites, because places like biosphere reserves, for example, are precisely designed to take these global concepts of sustainable development and make them really tangible in a local environment. And so I think that's what we've heard from these presenters this afternoon and this morning as well, was this idea of really making action happen on the ground level. So I want to thank those speakers, and thank you, Nick and Teresa, for offering me the chance to say a few words.
Well, we thank all of our speakers who provided outstanding examples of building synergies for delivering both of the decades. We have a few minutes right now to reset up for our next session. So we'll ask that you just give us a few minutes to regroup. Thank you.
Good afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we on? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. At the rude bridge that arched the flood, flags to April's breeze unfurled. We're good. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 4th session on this wonderful and intense day of imparting knowledge with one another. My name is Patrick McCann. I am a member of the World Committee for Lifelong Learning, which is the English title, and to the French, we are known as the CMA, the Comité Mondial d'Apprentissage, tout au long de la vie. We were created a little over 15 years ago in response to a call from Jacques Delors in one of his speeches for the increasing need of lifelong learning from cradle to grave, which is even more true today as we get more sophisticated in our cultures. We have organized world forums every couple of years. We have our 7th World Forum coming up in Alexandria, Egypt in March on the subject of health and education, because we believe that if we are educated on how to take care of ourselves, we will need less to depend upon the medical profession. So this is what our forum in Egypt will be about coming in March. And we invite you all to attend either in person or online. It will be a hybrid event. Languages. By way of personal introduction, I grew up in Spanish Harlem, New York City's Spanish Harlem. I grew up speaking Spanish. I went on to university and I took Mandarin Chinese. So I like Chinese language. I am an honor graduate of the Army Language School in California, where I had 1 year of Korean. And that was 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. So 1,500 hours of intense language training. And at the end, I could take dictation in Korean without even thinking about it. They were very good at their training methods. So I learned a lot about language teaching pedagogy, thanks to the Army. So I like languages, and I was on vacation in central Mexico, and I met this French gal, and she took me home in her luggage, and I've been living in Paris for the last 35 years. So I have 5 languages under my belt. I don't say I speak them all, because as we all know, when you have a second language, it's like going to the gym. If you don't exercise, it just evaporates. So I get pretty good service in Korean restaurants. I can say hello and goodbye in Chinese and Korean, and that's pretty good for me. So I love languages. And so to inject a bit of humor to begin this 4th session, I have a little story for you and the people listening behind their screens at home or in the office. And it's a story about a mother mouse and a baby mouse. And they lived in this wonderful house with a family, and they also had a cat. And they got along famously for years until the vacation came and the family forgot to leave enough food for the cat. And after a couple of days, the food ran out, and the cat began looking at the mother mouse and the baby mouse with different eyes. He was hungry. And nature called, and the cat started chasing them in this mortal chase through the house, upstairs through the bedrooms, downstairs through the basement. It was a long chase, but I'll cut to the chase. Finally, the mother mouse and the baby mouse were trapped in a corner, and the cat was about to jump on them to make the meal, when, in the last desperate attempt to save their lives, the mother mouse put the baby mouse behind her and got up on her back legs, and she went, ruff, 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 ruff. And she was so good, the cat thought it was a dog, turned around and ran away. And the mother mouse turned to the baby mouse and said, "Now you know the value of a second language." So I thought that would be a very appropriate bit of humor to share with you on this august day. And to finish my opening remarks, this has been a very inspiring day, listening to the speakers up until now. And the CMA is involved in high-level training engineering. And it brought me back to when our child came home from school. She was about 4 or 5 years old. And we were standing around the sink brushing our teeth at night. And our child said, "Daddy, you know, they told us at school that you should turn the water off when you're brushing your teeth." And so that marked a change in our lives. Our child came home at 4 years of age, and by example and by teaching in the school, transmitted something which I've never forgotten. And I still don't keep the water running when I brush my teeth. Why do I mention this? Because I think our secret weapon, one of our secret weapons in these 2 decades coming up, but especially for the oceans, our secret weapon is our children. And when I go back to France, I'm going to encourage the CMA to create a program, a model program that teachers could pick up and use in their classrooms to show the young children what we're all about and what we're doing to save the oceans. And hopefully someday a young child will go home and tell their parents something similar to what our child told us about not having the running water when brushing our teeth. So that's my ambition, my inspiration coming out of this morning so far. And we'll keep you up to date on how this goes. I've said enough, and now I'd like to introduce Dr. Nigel Crowhall, who is Chief of Section, Local and Indigenous Knowledge Systems, and the Ocean Decade. He is unable to join us today via video. However, his work at UNESCO is focused on the understanding, transmission, and application of indigenous and local knowledge systems in sustainability, climate change responses, and conservation of biodiversity and associated ecosystems. Prior to his time at UNESCO, he was director of the Secretariat for the Indigenous Peoples of Africa Coordinating Committee, based in Cape Town, South Africa, for 19 years, and spent 8 years working with the South African San Institute. Notably, he worked with the last 20 speakers of the Nju language during a land claim process in the Southern Kalahari. We will now share with you a video from Dr. Crowhall.
Hello, my name is Nigel Crowhall, and I'm Chief of Section for the Local and Indigenous Knowledge Systems Program at UNESCO, based in the natural sciences sector. And I've been asked to make some comments for this dialogue today about the relationship between the International Decade on Indigenous Languages and the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. More than 1 billion people rely primarily on our ocean for their livelihoods, and more than 3 billion people rely heavily on marine protein for their diets. The ocean is at the center of the climate system of our planet, playing an absolutely key role in the sustainability of everything. Our temperature, the food that we eat, and the processing of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The ocean is also a place that links the planet, that links all the different civilizations of the world. And we have really important parts of human history that take place in the navigation of the oceans. And amongst these stories are the stories of the population, the human population of the Pacific region, from the north through the central, southern and eastern Pacific, going from Asia and Papua New Guinea all the way to Rapa Nui on the coast of Chile. As such, indigenous people have played a very key role in navigating the oceans, understanding the oceans, and being custodians of the nature that occurs within the marine, coastal, and island environment. The International Decade on Indigenous Languages is guided by a global action plan, which has been developed in consultation with indigenous peoples, member states, and experts, and it includes attention, particular attention, to the role that languages play in carrying critically important information about the environment. And that includes food systems, it includes biodiversity, ecosystem services, but also climate impacts and climate change. So for UNESCO, it's a key occasion that we have these UN decades co-occurring. And we should also mention that we're still in the Water Action Decade, which is coming up for its midterm review. So these linkages provide important opportunities for us. one of the things we emphasize in talking about indigenous knowledge in particular is that there are thousands of indigenous languages on the planet. Most of them you have never heard of, most of them you'll never hear spoken. And each one of those is considered to be narrow niched in the ecosystem which it developed. So there are languages that are specific to certain forests, specific to certain mountain ranges, specific to certain islands. And it's that we're trying to say we need to tap into that, not only knowledge, but the governance systems, the rights-based systems, the philosophical wisdom of how to live in these spaces sustainably. And this is why the IDIL, the language decade, creates an opportunity to listen, to connect into those systems and say, what can you tell us nationally, internationally, about the sustainability of your environment, the sustainability of the wildlife and natural resources, including your food systems within your territory. When it comes down to the ocean, we've seen that's very critical for both humanity, but also for the processing of the emissions of greenhouse gases. So how can we tap into that place? And tapping into it means participation. It means the recognition of indigenous peoples, but also for the UN to reach out to make sure we're getting to those remote islands where the most profound knowledge of ocean navigation, marine environment, reef systems exist. And we just give you one example. This was in dialogue with our colleagues in the Secretariat for the Pacific Community and colleagues working in Fiji and other countries, is there are indigenous terms for understanding shark reproduction and juvenile shark behavior and locations within the marine environment. A lot of that is not documented in science, and yet it's known by indigenous fisher people. We've also looked at the role of women in the Pacific, and Lynx has published a new report on indigenous women's knowledge of the Pacific marine and coastal environment, where women as storytellers, as knowledge holders, as the key people in intergenerational transmission are constantly renewing their knowledge of the marine environment and passing that to a new generation. But a lot of that is not feeding into policy. A lot of that is not feeding into formal education. And we're sitting with a situation where many indigenous languages are finding themselves vulnerable. There are threats impacting on them. And we're hoping that the connection between the different UN decades will really awaken our awareness to a multiple evidence-based approach to policy, to an inclusive approach to the governance of the seas, but also the restoration of ecosystems where that is possible. So we welcome the efforts by the UNESCO NGO Forum to bring the different actors together, and we hope that in your discussions in this particular forum, you'll be able to help guide us in terms of good multi-stakeholder, multi-rights holders approaches to engaging with ocean knowledge from the perspective of indigenous peoples, whether that's the Arctic, the Pacific, the Caribbean, the African coastlines, wherever that is valuable knowledge that we need, and that we need to respect the holders of that knowledge and help them be part of the decision-making process. So thank you for your attention, and I hope the deliberations go well, and we look forward to hearing the outcomes. Thank you.
I think Dr. Krolho's video evokes how much that we are a fabric of society in the world and how it's all interconnected. And I hear echoes of deforestation and losing biodiversity. And as important as biodiversity is, so is linguistic diversity and the saving of our cultural and linguistic heritages. So we are grateful to Nigel and his team for the contributions to the preparation for this forum and indeed his presentation. I now have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Jackie Dawson, professor and holder of the Canada Research Chair in Environment, Society and Policy, and Science Director of ArcticNet, an Ocean Decade Champion for a Safe Ocean. She is an applied scientist working on the human and policy dimensions of environmental change in ocean and coastal regions. She is considered a national and international expert in Arctic marine transportation, indigenous community development, and oceans governance. She has served on 2 Canadian Councils of Academies expert panels focused on the risks and social and economic values of marine shipping in Canada. She was recently elected as a member of the prestigious College of the Royal Society of Canada and the Global Young Academy, and is also a fellow of the Royal Canadian Geographic Society. She currently co-chairs the Societal and Economic Research Applications Working Group for the World Meteorological Organization's Polar Prediction Projects. When do you get time to sleep? Dr. Dawson's research has real-world relevance and has been previously used to inform federal, territorial, and local level policy related to Arctic shipping governance. Has been used as a basis for recommendations appearing in an Auditor General of Canada report on Arctic navigation, and has appeared in several Arctic Council science reports. Dr. Dawson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And yes, speaking of linguistics, thank you. And I'll just start by saying I'm honored to be speaking to you from the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And I know we heard some land acknowledgements earlier this morning, but it's good to always repeat. So thank you very much for the invitation, Teresa, Nick. It's great to be here. I'm going to speak a bit about ArcticNet. So we're in Canada, and the Arctic is a often overlooked ocean, although we really only have one ocean. But the Arctic is part of the ocean that is often overlooked, and it's one that we focus on scientifically at ArcticNet. And underneath ArcticNet, on our logo, you see, does anyone know what language that is? It's Inuktitut. So it's an Inuit language, and that's called syllabics. So that's Inuktitut syllabics, and you won't be surprised to hear that that is translated as ArcticNet. So, and in Arctic Canada, the main Inuit language is Inuktitut, but even within that, there are, I think Lisa may know, about 7 different dialects within that. So it's a very rich region linguistically. But I'm going to speak a little bit more on the ocean decade. That's the decade that we are most involved in at ArcticNet. We're a scientific center of excellence and also an NGO. We've been around since around 2004. We've evolved over time. In early days, we spent a lot of time working with just pure scientists and in the south, and we would fly up north and we would extract data and do some coring and drilling, and we would bring that data down south and analyze it. We have evolved over time, and now we do a lot of our work is led by Indigenous people who live in the region, and we as scientists from the south, we partner with them to try to answer the questions that are most important to them, and that in fact, they have a lot of the answers to, at least in part anyway, through Indigenous and local knowledge. So you may not know, but 3/4 of Canada is considered Arctic. So we are very much an Arctic and maritime nation. We touch all 3 regions of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Arctic Oceans. So we very much like to play an important role in that, and an acknowledgement to Lisa and her team again, because they've played an incredible role in pushing the importance of Canada in being involved in the UN Decade on Ocean. And I feel privileged to be part of it. So thank you, Lisa. The Arctic is also a region that's warming, we now know, at 3 to 4 times the rate of the global average. So a lot of the impacts of climate change are going to be seen first in the Arctic, and that's going to have knock-on effects all over the world. So the melting of the Greenlandic ice sheet, for example, is going to cause, in part, the sea level rise that we will feel all over the world. The warming in the Arctic temperatures, in fact, we have learned scientifically, impacts mid-latitude temperature. So I don't think everyone realized the importance of the Arctic region. We think of it as an isolated region, a remote region where people, not many people live, but actually it impacts the entire world. So our research footprint is international, but our main focus is in Canada, and so these are all our research sites. We work all across the region, and we do a lot of our work on an icebreaker called the Amundsen. So if anybody has a Canadian $50 bill in their wallet, no one ever has cash anymore, let alone 50s. But if you have a 50 in your wallet, you will see the Amundsen, which is an icebreaker, a science icebreaker the red tracks there, that's where we go and we do different projects. We bring on Inuit youth and we engage in science across the country. We are a large organization, and I'm proud to say that we take EDI, or equity, diversity, and inclusion, extremely seriously. And I'm really proud because we are now at 49% of our science leaders are male, 51% are male, 49% are female, and 1% are non-binary. So we've been working on that and feel very proud of that. And 38% of our science funding goes directly to Indigenous communities to lead and engage in the science that they believe is important. We've published over 15,000 publications. We've got a huge network, second only to the Alfred Wagner Institute in Germany in terms of Arctic scientific output. And one thing I want to say too is we've increased our focus on diversity over the last few years, and our scientific excellence has gone up. So our publications in Nature and Science journals is actually higher now than it was before. So the argument that diversity creates knowledge is absolutely true, and in our network and elsewhere. So as others have alluded to, how we do research is we bring all voices together, and that's the only way you can solve the world's largest challenges: climate change, sea level rise, ocean acidification. We bring Indigenous knowledge holders together with local knowledge holders and all different types of scientists: chemists, limnologists, social scientists, policy experts, everything. And we come together and we figure out how to solve the biggest challenges that we face. And that is the benefit of a network, of a science network, versus having individual scientists across the country. That's great, having individual science going on, but when you bring everyone together, that's when you can really make a difference. So we have an academic-led program and we've got an Indigenous-led program. And I just want to point out specifically the UN Decade endorsed projects. So far we have 4 projects that are endorsed, and those were chosen, hand-selected through a competitive and fair process with the support of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and also the support of the International Decade Office. So we are grateful for that, and we chose 4 projects. We issued $1.2 million to those projects, but we actually plan on having many, many other projects endorsed through the process as well, with many marine projects and many other programs going on, including our Indigenous-led program. So this is what we call the North by North program. This has a budget envelope of $4.25 million. And these projects are all led, decided on, governed, organized by Indigenous people. And so there are several marine-focused projects in this program that we will also be including in the Ocean Decade. I don't expect you to look at this and be excited about this at all, but this is just our governance. And the only point I wanted to make was that our governance directly includes Inuit and Indigenous people. This is not scientists deciding what science to do. We have an Inuit Research Management Committee, a First Nation, and Métis Management Committee. So those are the 3 major Indigenous peoples groups in Canada. And those are the groups that decide on the science that is done. And just really quickly, these are the 4 projects that I mentioned. They span different topics like understanding the impact of shipping on underwater noise on whales and different marine mammal species, looking at safe mobilities across sea ice, looking at my favorite topic, which is climate change and the Northwest Passage and shipping opportunities and how that may change geopolitical dynamics, but also how that may change economic situations in the region. And I'm gonna take advantage of the storytelling theme, and I'm gonna tell you one story about the science in the Arctic. There's many mines in the Canadian Arctic, and there's ships that go up and service those mines. And we were struggling because those ships kept getting stuck in pressured ice or ridged ice, so ice that you can't get out of, and you just have back and ram and back and ram. It's a real oil spill potential disaster. And we cannot forecast what we call pressured ice. So what we did was we worked with Indigenous and Inuit communities to identify where they know where the pressured ice is, observe where the pressured ice is. We worked with the shipping operators, we worked with different scientists, and we've actually now created, it's not foolproof, but created a way to forecast pressured ice, which is going to save ship operators up to $80,000 a day and could prevent a disaster. Now, the only way we can do that is by bringing everyone together. So I just wanted to tell that story because it's an antidote for exactly what you're talking about here today. Last plug is, Lisa mentioned, we have our ArcticNet conference, and we're going to be having a plenary session on the Ocean Decade on December 7th in Toronto. Maybe we'll see some of you there. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. That last story is a true example of a PPP in its best sense, the public-private partnership without the economic aspect to it. Terrific. I'd like to now move on to Dr. Francis Holt, who is a representative of the Universal Esperanto Association to the United Nations and chair of the NGO Committee on Language and Languages. He is a leading international expert on multilingualism and language policy, and whose books include Research Methods in Language Policy and Planning, and Language Policy and Language Acquisition Planning. A frequent guest lecturer, keynote speaker, and consultant in Asia, Europe, and North America, Dr. Holt is Professor of Education at the University of Maryland in Baltimore County, where he also directs the Consortium for Language Policy and Planning. He is a past senior visiting scholar at the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, in addition to his current roles. So, without further ado, Dr. Holt.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to participate on the panel this afternoon. In my remarks today, I will engage with a question that might seem to some at first blush as counterintuitive. Why do Indigenous languages matter to the ocean? Many participants in the forum today might have wondered if the Ocean Decade and the International Decade of Indigenous Languages were simply shoehorned together. But I will argue that in the spirit of cross-disciplinarity, they are intimately intertwined. In his vision statement for his presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Saba Korosi said that it would be difficult to fix present crises and prevent new ones, while adhering to the same mentality and logic that led to their onset. Our challenges are clearly reinforcing each other. The best approach would be to seek systematic solutions and act across silos. Certainly, we face major crises today related to both Indigenous languages and our oceans. Of the roughly 7,000 languages in the world today, about 3,000 are endangered, and many of them are Indigenous. By some estimates, one language dies every 2 weeks. Meanwhile, sea levels are rising, climate change is altering ocean currents, and microplastics are permeating even the remotest water habitats. How can we work across silos to address these challenges? How might we harness the collective power of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the Ocean Decade through cross-disciplinarity? In my own work on cross-disciplinarity, or transdisciplinarity as I've engaged with it, I've advocated for a problem-centered approach that centers the issue or challenge that needs attention in order to work in a convergent way towards how ideas and approaches from different perspectives can be brought together. As I write here, this is in contrast to disciplinary-based research, where there tends to be a limited range of methods that prescribe certain vantage points for inquiry. The 2019 assessment report for the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services follows in the same spirit, emphasizing cross-disciplinarity as central to engaging with our environmental sustainability. The report points to the need for broad experience to converge to identify challenges, develop possible solutions, and measure progress, specifically expertise from natural science, social science, humanities, and Indigenous communities. Here one can see possibilities for the intersection of language and linguistics with sustainability, or in line with the focus of the present forum, Indigenous languages and ocean science. Writing about the earlier Millennium Development Goals, sociologist of language Suzanne Romain draws attention to the conspicuous absence of reference to language and multilingualism in the goals. As she and other language researchers noted at the time, language is central to all elements of sustainable development because achieving them depends on human action, and human action is mediated by language. We hope and dream through language. We learn knowledge and skills through language. We share ideas through language, and we solve problems together through language. The role of language is no less crucial for the Sustainable Development Goals, yet here too, language is conspicuously absent. None of the goals and targets explicitly reference language or multilingualism, though a supplemental thematic indicator about home language was added for SDG 4. However, language, and in keeping with the theme of the forum, especially indigenous languages, are central to the SDGs, not only those that clearly relate to society and culture, like SDGs 4, 10, or 11, among others, but those that focus on nature, and for our purposes today, those SDGs related to the ocean, such as SDGs 6, 13, and 14. It is at this connection between language and sustainable development that opportunities for cross-disciplinary ideas and solutions across the ocean decade and IDIL begin to emerge. Conceptual space for such cross-disciplinarity can be found in the area of biocultural diversity. The notion gained traction in the 1980s with the first International Congress of Ethnobiology in Brazil, and grew in popularity in the 1990s through the early 2000s. UNESCO has been a leader in advancing it through a number of workshops, reports, and white papers, a few of which I include here as examples. A concise definition is provided in the 2008 report on a workshop about the links between biological diversity and cultural diversity. Biocultural diversity is the total sum of the world's differences, no matter where their origin or what their origin. It includes biological diversity at all its levels, cultural diversity in all its manifestations, including linguistic diversity, ranging from individual ideas to entire cultures, and importantly, the interactions among these. Another report jointly produced by UNESCO and the World Wildlife Fund and Terra Lingua, with language researchers Tovas Gutnam-Kangas, Louisa Maffei, and David Harmon as principal authors, develops the connection of language to biocultural diversity in some depth. Here they emphasize the relationship between language and knowledge that is uniquely culturally and geographically situated. Maintaining these languages is essential to maintaining and transmitting this knowledge base, especially rich local knowledge of oceans and other ecosystems that can contribute to innovations and solutions to contemporary challenges. The unique contributions of the indigenous peoples of the world to knowledge about biocultural diversity is highlighted in another text produced by the United Nations Environmental Program, Cultural and Spiritual Values of Biodiversity. It's a collection of papers by scholars across disciplines such as philosophy, history, law, linguistics, and natural sciences. Anthropologist and ethnobiologist Louisa Maffei points to the dangers of indigenous language death, particularly from dominant national and international languages replacing indigenous languages, and the related loss of indigenous knowledge no longer passed on through traditional linguistic practices. Natural knowledge related to medicine, farming, and fishing, for example, is particularly salient in light of indigenous communities' deep connections to their physical environment. Language is key. As linguist Peter Mulhausler succinctly puts it in his book on language ecology, life in a particular human environment is dependent upon people's ability to talk about it. Maintaining indigenous languages then is essential to retaining indigenous knowledge about nature. The natural environment, in turn, can have impact on languages. Here we see a map of endangered languages produced by SIL International, an NGO focused on global linguistic diversity and also represented at this forum. With respect to the joint theme of the forum, it's noteworthy how many of these languages are situated on coasts or islands. As Louisa Maffei further notes, the breakdown of physical communities can come about from environmental destruction like ocean pollution or rising sea levels. When indigenous communities become disrupted, so are their languages, as well as their social connection to the natural world. Preserving the natural environment, then, is essential to maintaining indigenous languages. In conclusion, acting in a cross-disciplinary manner must mean inclusion for all in framing the problems and inclusion for all in voicing ideas for solutions. This means bringing all relevant stakeholders together to view challenges and crises from multiple vantage points in order to avoid being stuck in the same mentalities that caused them, as the President of the General Assembly asserts. In our case today, how environment affects language and how language affects environment. When it comes to the intersection of indigenous peoples and oceans specifically, it means centering language in practical and cross-disciplinary ways. A recent guide published by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs and the UN Institute for Training and Research is instructive in this regard. It points to a number of ways in which being mindful of how language mediates knowledge and understandings can facilitate transparency, equity, dialogue, awareness, and outreach. In addition, language itself must have a central place in stability work. As I posit in a chapter for a forthcoming book edited by my colleagues Humphrey Tonkin and Lisa McEntee-Italianis, we can adopt a definition for sustainable multilingualism as a linguistic practice, or as linguistic practices that meet the needs of the present without compromising the linguistic diversity of future generations require to meet their needs. The full scope of humanity's knowledge and creativity must be brought to bear if we were to alter the course of our major global crises. Learning from each other is a good start. Thank you so much, and I look forward to our discussions about cross-disciplinary action in the remainder of the panel.
Dr. Holt, thank you very much. And I think your observations will help tie the two themes of our conference together with quite a lot of elegance. You really struck me with tying together the fact that an environmental threat to these coastal and island people has a direct effect on linguistic survival. And I had never made that connection before. So it's a simple observation, but it's quite a profound one. And I personally thank you for drawing our attention to this.
Thank you.
That was an excellent presentation, as they all are. To finish up on our fourth section, I would like to now present a video from Dr. Kirk Person of the SIL, International and Research Institute for Languages and Cultures of Asia, Mahidol University, Thailand. Dr. Person is a senior education consultant with SIL International based in Bangkok, Thailand, and serves on the Asia-Pacific Working Group on Multilingual Education, hosted by UNESCO Bangkok, and as an advisor to the Patani Malay Thai Multilingual Educational Program, which received the 2016 UNESCO King Sejong Literacy Prize. We will now share with you Dr. Person's video.
Hello, my name is Kirk Person. I'm a senior consultant in education and literacy with SIL International, and I'm very pleased to be joining you via video today for this important event focusing on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the Ocean Decade. I'm very grateful to Teresa Kennedy and Irmgarda Kasinkeit for this opportunity. Now, as is perhaps appropriate to the subject of your forum, I am right now at the ocean. I'm on an island in the Indian Ocean. As you can see behind me, this is not a screensaver. It is the actual live footage of life on a Thai beach. I've spent the last 30 years or so working throughout Southeast Asia on issues related to indigenous languages. And I've also had the opportunity to interact with a lot of NGO partners during that time. So I feel that the topic of this session on cross-disciplinary, cross-sector actions involving NGOs is highly appropriate. Now, I'd like to begin with a story from quite close to here, the story of the Arakwal people. Now, you may recall in 2004, the tsunami that devastated this area of the world. Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, over 200,000 people were killed. but not one person was killed among a small ethnic minority group, a small indigenous group called the Aruklowoy. Now, the Aruklowoy have lived very close to the sea for centuries. Sometimes in tourist brochures, they're called sea gypsies, along with two other groups that are often classed as that. Now, the Aruklowoy have an extensive traditional knowledge of the sea. They can navigate without any sort of modern equipment with amazing accuracy. They can read the moods of the sea to determine which days they should go fishing and where to fish. And their elders had passed down the knowledge that if the sea waters ever receded suddenly, they should run for the hills because the sea would come back with great fierceness. And that is exactly what happened in 2004. The Aruklowoy saw the sea go out, they ran to the hills, and they were all saved. Nonetheless, this traditional knowledge that has saved them in the past has had some difficult times adjusting to all the pressures of modernity. They are facing language loss and cultural loss. And that's one reason why a Swiss-based foundation, the Pestalozzi Children's Foundation, and a Thai university have collaborated to create a mother tongue-based multilingual education program among Aruklowoy children in the kindergarten and first grades to try to preserve their language and culture. To do this, they created an orthography based on the Thai alphabet, but with a few adaptations, and trained young people from within the community to use these materials to teach the children in very interactive ways. Now, originally the program was for smaller children, but some of the older teenagers who were technically out of school, most of them had dropped out after grade 6, became interested in the program through non-formal education programs that they were having once a week. So some of these out-of-school teens have helped develop materials for the younger children, again, talking about aspects of their language and culture. Now, you might notice a blonde-haired kid in the middle of this group. This is actually my son, who led the teens in creating materials about diving safety, which is actually one of the biggest threats to life and limb of the Aruklowoy today. And again, this has cross-sectoral roots. Due to land grabs by rich developers, due to increased regulations from the Forest Department, other pressures related to, lifestyle and traditional lifestyles, food security and things like that, the Aruklowoy have abandoned their traditional fishing ways, which involved a lot of free diving with no equipment, and have been compelled to drop their fish cages in much deeper waters, 50, 60 meters. These fish cages are great at catching fish. The problem is the Aruklowoy need to go down to collect the fish. And they use air compressors of the type that you'd use to pump up a motorcycle tire, attached to long garden hoses to go 50 to 60 meters under the sea, stay there for sometimes several hours to collect the fish. And then when they come up, they often have problems with decompression sickness. In the last year, 3 Aruklowoy have died from this practice, and many, many more have been hospitalized. A few have made it to the hyperbaric chamber 6 hours away on the island resort of Phuket. But all these are those type of cross-sectoral issues that we talk about when we look at what things different NGOs can bring to the Ocean Decade and the Decade of Indigenous Languages. Now, as one who's worked in this field for about 30 years, I am super excited about the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. I'm very happy to see this focus, and I think it's something that can be more than just a PR stunt. I really love the global action plan for the decade that you can see here, because it's much more inclusive than past UN documents about Indigenous peoples. For various reasons, the definition of Indigenous used by the UN and by many countries had excluded most of the Indigenous peoples of Africa and Asia. I'd say at least 2,000 languages and ethnic groups were excluded by those definitions, including the young ladies at the top of this flyer, who are from a Thai group, northern Thailand, the Aka, and would have not been considered indigenous under these previous definitions. So first of all, from the Global Action Plan, I welcome this more inclusive vision of what it means to be indigenous. By the way, I have QR codes on a number of these slides if you want to access these web resources more easily. Now, if you look into the Global Action Plan, you see lots of things that we NGO people can kind of hang our hats on or attach to. For example, besides the very general sort of philosophical goals of the decade, there are some very concrete outputs and activities that are listed. There are 10 main outputs with activities under them all. And as I look through these with my glasses as a representative of SIL International, I can see that my NGO can contribute significantly to outputs number 1, 3, and 10. Maybe others of you can contribute to other outputs related to youth empowerment, girls and women's issues, health and livelihood, and things like that. So I'd really encourage you to look at this Global Action Plan and see how even your NGO's experiences, maybe not directly with Indigenous people, but how some of those experiences and expertise could be used to help Indigenous peoples, or rather to work alongside Indigenous communities during this important decade. Many of these goals map over to the Sustainable Development Goals. And again, we in the NGO community have known about the Sustainable Development Goals for a long time. We talk about them all the time, sort of in a very general sense. But I've found that many people don't realize that behind the 17 goals are a whole series of targets for each goals. And each of those targets is measured by a very extensive set of indicators. Some of them are called global indicators required of all governments. Some are thematic indicators, which are kind of optional, depending if the government is interested in that area or even has the resources to check out those specific indicators. So for language, indicator 4.5.2 is of great interest to me, which asks governments to indicate the percentage of students in primary education whose first or home language is the language of instruction. So for Asia and Africa, that means including many more Indigenous languages in education. Now, again, in some places in North America where the Indigenous languages are no longer spoken in the home, where the children might be speaking English or Spanish as their first language, they would need something a little bit different, a revitalization program to help them learn that heritage language. But in places where the heritage language is still very actively used in the home, we can see these type of mother tongue-based multilingual education programs working. And it's not only this indicator, but numerous other indicators such as school readiness, literacy rates, and things like that also are impacted by ethnicity and home language. For example, here in Thailand, the government is justly proud of a very high literacy rate nationwide, around 98%. But if you look at children from Indigenous groups, that rate drops to about 42%. So as we disaggregate data based on language and ethnicity, sometimes we can see areas that really need a lot more focus. And this is, again, something that NGOs can bring to the table because often governments won't be focused on these issues and may have no clue of how to collect such data. So we can help them do that and just work together for these goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the goals of the Indigenous Decade. For example, in September at the UN General Assembly, there was the Transforming Education Summit. And right at the entrance to the UN General Assembly Hall, UNICEF put up this huge display proclaiming that only 1 in 3 10-year-olds globally can actually read and understand a simple story. This came from a World Bank report, I think it was in July of this year, that said 70% of children worldwide are in learning poverty. That number had increased since 50% before COVID. In some African countries, it's 90%, again, defining learning poverty as lacking the basic literacy and numeracy skills that are needed. So because this display was so prominent, many of the plenary speakers at the Transforming Education Summit referred to it, just sort of saying, what is going on? Why can so many children not read? This is such a basic thing. We should be able to do this. Sadly, one of the things that many at that Transforming Education Summit did not discuss was the language dimension of literacy. And in fact, again, the World Bank, who you wouldn't think of as necessarily an educational research group, but they're doing a lot more in this area. The World Bank has estimated that 40% of the global population does not receive education in a language they actually speak or understand. And we know from extensive research involving migrant children in Canada and the United States, as well as Indigenous groups throughout the world, that it's very difficult for a child to learn how to read or to do math in a language that they really haven't mastered, that they haven't internalized yet. And so this language dimension is a huge part of the global literacy crisis. And I think it's great that the Indigenous Decade can draw focus to this. Here in Asia, we have many good examples of pilot projects and increasingly national policies that support the use of Indigenous languages in education. In Thailand, we're now using 6 of them in formal education. Cambodia has 6. During COVID, Cambodia actually did radio broadcasts in Indigenous languages to keep the children in those mother tongue programs learning. The Philippines takes the medal for Asia. They are currently doing this type of work in 66 Indigenous languages with strong support from the communities for children from age kindergarten to grade 3 to be studying primarily in their mother tongue or their home language. If you'd like to learn more about this, you're welcome to visit the Asia Pacific Multilingual Education Working Group's website. The working group is a coalition comprised of UNESCO, UNICEF, SIL, CARE, Pestalozzi Children's Foundation, several other international NGOs, as well as academics and others who are really dedicated to advancing these notions about mother tongue-based education, Indigenous language education throughout the Asia Pacific area. And you can mark your calendars now because in early October of 2023, we don't have the exact date yet, but in early October, we will be having our 7th International Conference on Multilingual Education. The Decade of Indigenous Languages will be a main focus of that conference. We expect, typically we draw 300 to 400 people from all over the world. At least half of them are Indigenous people or people from ethnic minority groups who are doing these kind of ground roots type of things. And so it's just a wonderful time where they can come together, share experiences, and inspire one another. So again, I'm very thankful for this opportunity to talk to all of you. And maybe I'll see some of you next year in Bangkok. And perhaps after the conference, you can even come down to a place like this and enjoy our wonderful Thai beaches. Thank you very much. Best wishes for the remainder of your conference. Goodbye.
Thank you to Dr. Person very much. We have arrived pretty much at exactly 4 p.m. local time. Our interpreters are with us until this very moment, and we're about to lose them. So on behalf of all of the participants, do you want to thank them or should I?
Both thank them.
Well, having been an interpreter myself and a translator in the past, I can empathize and sympathize with the heavy task of interpreting. And we thank them all for they're working very late. They're 6 hours ahead of us in Europe. So we acknowledge that and we're very grateful. Nick?
Thank you, Pat. Yes, absolutely. I would like to echo that, to thank Corinne and Cecile, who've been with us since this morning, and as Pat says, working on Parisian time. So it's time for a good night's sleep, and we'll see them in the morning. So for those online, we will say thank you very much and good night. We will see you tomorrow. For those in the room, I have a couple more bits, so if you just give us a second to end today's Zoom feed, then we will just have a few more words for you all. Right, good afternoon, good evening. We have a really wonderful opportunity, which is that upstairs in the Arctic Gallery in the museum, which is totally unique,